crossed the LOC, even though it cost us lives. In Uri, we crossed the LOC. In Balakot, we crossed the international border. And today, after Pahalgam, we are now hitting you in your heartland. So be prepared that we are not prepared to take any more of this. The more you do, the more consequences you're going to face. I think all that messaging was very clear, and the Pakistanis have got the message. Did the world community get the message? Not unchallenged, because the Pakistanis were going around telling everybody, oh my gosh, the Indians are a rogue state, we did nothing, they were attacking us without any provocation. And when we say, but look at this Pahalgam, they say, we didn't do Pahalgam, where is the evidence? And indeed, many foreign interviewers are badgering us to say, where is your evidence, where is your evidence? To which all we could say is, where was the evidence that Osama bin Laden was there until they found him? You know, where was the evidence that they had done 26/11 until Qasab was captured alive? The problem is denial is the Pakistani modus operandi. So I have no doubt that a meticulously planned operation like this came out of a sophisticated military headquarters. It's not some random, crazy doing something. But I believe that though we have paused this operation now, and this pause will last long, I believe that we still have to go after the individuals who perpetrated Pahalgam. We seem to have identified 3 of the 4 of them by name. We have to go after them and get them. And that, whatever it takes, however long it takes, is something that is indispensable for India's self-respect to achieve.
All right, that was a special conversation with Dr. Shashi Tharoor there. Now, even as India-Pakistan tensions have de-escalated following the ceasefire agreement, now politics over Operation Sindoor has also started. The opposition has demanded a special parliamentary session, especially Congress party demanding clarity on US claims of having mediated the ceasefire. Well, Congress has also put up posters of late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi lauding her role in the 1971 India-Pakistan war. Listen in to more reactions coming in.
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है. मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए. अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है. ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं. 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए. अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा, मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए.
बात ऐसी यहाँ से विशेष सत्य पार्लियामेंट का हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है. ये वालों ने डेप्थ डिस्कशन सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में लेना मुश्किल होता है. मिनिस्टर को भी सब डिस्कोर्स करना इतना आसान नहीं कि फायदे की बात नहीं है.
Prime Minister should have answered certain pertinent questions which Prime Minister evaded. How the Pahalgam terror attack took place? What was the lapse on our part? Prime Minister did not refer to it. And after that, Sindoor operation, Prime Minister was making big claims, okay, but ceasefire, how ceasefire has been agreed? What was the role played by America? Even now, America claims many things. It is because of Donald Trump and American administration, both India and Pakistan agreed for ceasefire. And what is the truth?
देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने 140 करोड़ आवाम को संबोधित करते हुए सीधा और कड़ा संदेश दिया है. इसमें साफ कह दिया है कि टेररिज्म पर कोई समझौता होने वाला नहीं. युद्ध स्थगित हुआ है, रुका नहीं है. जैसी भाषा में पाकिस्तान समझेगा उसको जवाब मिलेगा. न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेलिंग नहीं चलेगी.
While the Prime Minister is ready to talk to every world leader about Pakistan, he should also address his own countrymen and the other political parties within the country. It has been over a fortnight and the Prime Minister chooses monologues over a dialogue with his fellow countrymen and the political parties. The Congress party has been very clear in its stand. We will stand by the government for any decisive decision it takes with respect to the interest of the country and the countrymen.
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They are talking about how there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not. This is not time for that. For the poster for Indira Gandhi. So some questions rise because you put the poster. Why the POK came after the war? Why we are not acquire the POK? What about the in Bombay incident? Our more than 300 people dead in the POK Bombay incident. Why there is no action? Modi taking immediate action. So this question will be raised. Many questions regarding that Indira Gandhi period and Sindhu water dispute. Why not that continuing same thing? After Modi, it stopped now. So all the questions are with the Congress also. But this is the not time. This is the not time. We have only time is support to our armed force.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Three terrorists were killed in Shopian encounter. Forces engaged in gunfight with terrorists. Clearest images of Indian strikes on Pakistan and POK accessed exclusively. Nine people are convicted in the Polachi sex assault case in Coimbatore. And CBSE has declared Class 12 board exam result. Overall pass percentage is 88.39%, marginally up from last year.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you.
Welcome back after the break. Three terrorists were gunned down in an encounter with security forces in Jammu Kashmir, Shopia. Well, another terrorist is believed to be present in the area. The encounter initially began in Kulgam and then shifted to a forest area in Shopia. Security personnel have been fighting the terrorists for about 2 hours, more than 2 hours now. And security forces also intercepted the terrorists following an intel input. The timing of this encounter is significant because it comes in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. We're slipping into a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
After days of shutdown, schools and colleges in non-border districts of Jammu Kashmir have reopened today. Meanwhile, border districts stay shut due to security concerns. All schools and colleges, except those in border areas, have reopened in Jammu Kashmir following a temporary closure because of heightened tension along the border.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam.
Welcome back after the break. Prime Minister Modi today visited Punjab's Adampur Airbase and interacted with the soldiers just days after India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire. Adampur was among the Air Force stations that Pakistan had attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and May 10th following India's Operation Sindoor. Well, the Prime Minister's visit to the Air Force station also comes just a day after he had praised the country's formidable armed forces following a successful Operation Sindoor. Those videos and photographs on your TV screens there of Prime Minister Modi visiting the Adampur Airbase and interacting with the soldiers there. Remember, the situation between the two nations, India, Pakistan, remains sensitive. There is a ceasefire understanding in place, and Prime Minister Modi's visit to a critical airbase is, of course, something that's been seen as a morale booster for armed forces. Also, it's seen as a crucial move in reviewing our defense systems. All right, my colleague Shiv Arur also continues to be with us on the broadcast here. We understand, Shiv, in just all right, Prime Minister Modi is speaking at the moment. Let's step in.
माता की इस जयघोष की ताकत अभी अभी दुनिया ने देखी है। भारत माता की जय ये सिर्फ उद्घोष नहीं है, ये देश के हर उस सैनिक की शपथ है जो मां भारती की मान मर्यादा के लिए जान की बाजी लगा देता है। ये देश के हर उस नागरिक की आवाज है जो देश के लिए जीना चाहता है, कुछ कर गुजरना चाहता है। भारत माता की जय मैदान में भी गूंजती है और मिशन में भी। जब भारत के सैनिक मां भारती की जय बोलते हैं तो दुश्मन के कलेजे कांप जाते हैं। ये सैनिक मां भारती की जय बोलते हैं तो दुश्मन के कलेजे कांप जाते हैं। जब हमारे ड्रोन जब हमारी मिसाइलें सनसनाती हुई निशाने पर पहुंचती हैं तो दुश्मन को सुनाई देता है भारत माता की जय। जब रात के अंधेरे में भी जब हम सूरज उगा देते हैं तो दुश्मन को दिखाई देता है भारत माता की जय। जब हमारी फौजें न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की धमकी की हवा निकाल देती हैं तो आकाश से पाताल तक एक ही बात गूंजती है भारत माता की जय। साथियों, वाकई आप सभी ने कोटि कोटि भारतीयों का सीना चौड़ा कर दिया है। हर भारतीय का माथा गर्व से ऊंचा कर दिया है। आपने इतिहास रच दिया है। और मैं आज सुबह सुबह आपके बीच आया हूं आपके दर्शन करने के लिए। जब वीरों के पैर धरती पर पड़ते हैं तो धरती धन्य हो जाती है। जब वीरों के दर्शन का अवसर मिलता है तो जीवन धन्य हो जाता है। और इसलिए मैं आज सुबह सुबह ही आपके दर्शन करने के लिए यहां पहुंचा। आज से अनेक दशक बाद भी जब भारत के इस पराक्रम की चर्चा होगी तो उसके सबसे प्रमुख अध्याय आप और आपके साथी होंगे। आप सभी वर्तमान के साथ ही देश की आने वाली पीढ़ियों की और उनके लिए भी नई प्रेरणा बन गए हैं। मैं वीरों की इस धरती से आज एयरफोर्स, नेवी और आर्मी के सभी जाबाजों, बीएसएफ के अपने शूरवीरों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। आपके पराक्रम की वजह से आज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की गूंज हर कोने में सुनाई दे रही है। इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कोई सामान्य सैन्य अभियान नहीं है। ये भारत की नीति, नियत और निर्णायक क्षमता की त्रिवेणी है। भारत बुद्ध की भी धरती है और गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी की भी धरती है। गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी ने कहा था, 1.25 लाख से एक लड़ाऊं, चिड़ियन ते मैं बात तुड़ाऊं, तबे गुरु गोविंद सिंह नाम कहाऊं। अधर्म के नाश और धर्म की स्थापना के लिए शस्त्र उठाना, ये हमारी परंपरा है। इसलिए जब हमारी बहनों बेटियों का सिंदूर छीना गया तो हमने आतंकियों के फन को उनके घर में घुस के कुचल दिया।
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की!
वो कायरों की तरह छिप कर आए थे, लेकिन भूल गए उन्होंने जिसे ललकारा है वो हिंद की सेना है। आपने उन्हें सामने से हमला करके मारा। आपने आतंक के तमाम बड़े अड्डों को मिट्टी में मिला दिया। 9 आतंकी ठिकाने बर्बाद हुए। 100 से ज्यादा आतंकियों की मौत हुई। आतंक के आकाओं को अब समझ आ गया है, भारत की ओर नजर उठाने का एक ही अंजाम होगा, तबाही। भारत में निर्दोष लोगों का खून बहाने का एक ही अंजाम होगा, विनाश और महाविनाश। जिस पाकिस्तानी सेना के भरोसे ये आतंकी बैठे थे, भारत की सेना, भारत की एयरफोर्स और भारत की नेवी ने उस पाकिस्तानी सेना को भी धूल चटा दी है।
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय!
आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी। कौशल दिखलाया चालों में, कौशल दिखलाया चालों में, उड़ गया भयानक भालों में, निर्भीक गया वह ढालों में, सरपट दौड़ा करवालों में। ये पंक्तियां महाराणा प्रताप के प्रसिद्ध घोड़े चेतक पर लिखी गई है, लेकिन ये पंक्तियां आज के आधुनिक भारतीय हथियारों पर भी फिट बैठती है। मेरे वीर साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से आपने देश का आत्मबल बढ़ाया है, देश को एकता के सूत्र में बांधा है और आपने भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा की है। भारत के स्वाभिमान को नई ऊंचाई दी है। साथियों, आपने वो किया जो अभूतपूर्व है, अकल्पनीय है, अद्भुत है। हमारी एयरफोर्स ने पाकिस्तान में इतना डीप आतंक के अड्डों को टारगेट किया, सिर्फ 20-25 मिनट के भीतर सीमा पार लक्ष्यों को भेदना, बिल्कुल पिन पॉइंटेड टारगेट्स को हिट करना, ये सिर्फ एक मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी से लेस प्रोफेशनल फोर्स ही कर सकती है। आपकी स्पीड और प्रिसीजन इस लेवल की थी कि दुश्मन हक्का बक्का रह गया। उसको पता ही नहीं चला कि कब उसका सीना छलनी हो गया। साथियों, हमारा लक्ष्य पाकिस्तान के अंदर टेरर हेडक्वार्टर्स को हिट करने का था, आतंकियों को हिट करने का था, लेकिन पाकिस्तान ने अपने यात्री विमानों को सामने करके जो साजिश की रची, मैं कल्पना कर सकता हूं वो पल कितना कठिन होगा जब सिविलियन एयरक्राफ्ट दिख रहा है। और मुझे गर्व है, आपने बहुत सावधानी से, बहुत सतर्कता से सिविलियन एयरक्राफ्ट को नुकसान किए बिना कमाल करके दिखाया, उसका जवाब दे दिया आपने। मैं गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं कि आप सभी अपने लक्ष्यों पर बिल्कुल खरे उतरे हैं। पाकिस्तान में आतंकी ठिकानों और उनके एयरबेस ही तबाह नहीं हुए, बल्कि उनके नापाक इरादे और उनके दुस्साहस दोनों की हार हुई है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए। पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन, उसके यूएवी, पाकिस्तान के एयरक्राफ्ट और उसकी मिसाइलें हमारे सशक्त एयर डिफेंस के सामने सबके सब ढेर हो गए। मैं देश के सभी एयरबेस से जुड़ी लीडरशिप की भारतीय वायुसेना के हर एयर वॉरियर की हृदय से सराहना करता हूं। आपने वाकई बहुत शानदार काम किया है। साथियों, आतंक के विरुद्ध भारत की लक्ष्मण रेखा अब एकदम स्पष्ट है। अब फिर कोई टेरर अटैक हुआ तो भारत जवाब देगा, पक्का जवाब देगा। ये हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, एयर स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, और अब तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत का न्यू नॉर्मल है। और जैसा मैंने कल भी कहा, भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। दुनिया भी भारत के इस नए रूप को, इस नई व्यवस्था को समझते हुए ही आगे बढ़ रही है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का एक एक क्षण भारत की सेनाओं के सामर्थ्य की गवाही देता है। इस दौरान हमारी सेनाओं का कोऑर्डिनेशन वाकई में कहूंगा शानदार था। आर्मी हो, नेवी हो या एयरफोर्स, सबका तालमेल बहुत जबरदस्त था। नेवी ने समुद्र पर अपना दबदबा बनाया, सेना ने बॉर्डर पर मजबूती दी, और भारतीय वायुसेना ने अटैक भी किया और डिफेंड भी किया। बीएसएफ और दूसरे बलों ने भी अद्भुत क्षमताओं का प्रदर्शन किया है। इंटीग्रेटेड एयर एंड लैंड कॉम्बैट सिस्टम ने शानदार काम किया, और यही तो है जॉइंटनेस। ये अब भारतीय सेनाओं के सामर्थ्य की एक मजबूत पहचान बन चुकी है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में मैन पावर के साथ ही मशीन का कोऑर्डिनेशन भी अद्भुत रहा है। भारत के पारंपरिक एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम हो, जिन्होंने अनेक लड़ाइयां देखी हैं, या फिर आकाश जैसे हमारे मेड इन इंडिया प्लेटफॉर्म हो, इनको S-400 जैसे आधुनिक और सशक्त डिफेंस सिस्टम ने अभूतपूर्व मजबूती दी है। एक मजबूत सुरक्षा कवच भारत की पहचान बन चुकी है। पाकिस्तान की लाख कोशिश के बाद भी हमारे एयरबेस हो या फिर हमारे दूसरे डिफेंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इन पर आंच तक नहीं आई और इसका श्रेय आप सभी को जाता है और मुझे गर्व है आप सब पर। बॉर्डर पर तैनात हर सैनिक को जाता है। इस ऑपरेशन से जुड़े हर व्यक्ति को उसका श्रेय जाता है। साथियों, आज हमारे पास नई और कटिंग एज टेक्नोलॉजी का ऐसा सामर्थ्य है जिसका पाकिस्तान मुकाबला नहीं कर सकता। बीते दशक में एयरफोर्स सहित हमारी सभी सेनाओं के पास दुनिया की श्रेष्ठ टेक्नोलॉजी पहुंची है। लेकिन हम सब जानते हैं, नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ चुनौतियां भी उतनी ही बड़ी होती हैं। कॉम्प्लिकेटेड और सोफिस्टिकेटेड सिस्टम को मेंटेन करना, उन्हें एफिशिएंसी के साथ ऑपरेट करना, एक बहुत बड़ी स्किल है। आपने टेक को टैक्टिक्स से जोड़कर दिखा दिया है। आपने सिद्ध कर दिया है कि आप इस गेम में दुनिया में बेहतरीन है। भारत की वायुसेना अब सिर्फ हथियारों से ही नहीं, डेटा और ड्रोन से भी दुश्मन को छकाने में माहिर हो गई है। साथियों, पाकिस्तान की गुहार के बाद भारत ने सिर्फ अपनी सैन्य कार्रवाई को स्थगित किया है। अगर पाकिस्तान ने फिर से आतंकी गतिविधि या सैन्य दुस्साहस दिखाया तो हम उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे। ये जवाब अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने तरीके से देंगे और इस निर्णय की आधारशिला, इसके पीछे छिपा विश्वास आप सबका धैर्य, शौर्य, साहस और सजगता है। आपको ये हौसला, ये जुनून, ये जज्बा ऐसे ही बरकरार रखना है। हमें लगातार मुस्तैद रहना है, हमें तैयार रहना है। हमें दुश्मन को याद दिलाते रहना है, ये नया भारत है। ये भारत शांति चाहता है, लेकिन अगर मानवता पर हमला होता है तो ये भारत युद्ध के मोर्चे पर दुश्मन को मिट्टी में मिलाना भी अच्छी तरह जानता है। इसी संकल्प के साथ आइए एक बार फिर बोलें, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
So you've just heard the Prime Minister there concluding his address as he was addressing the Jawans and the forces at the Adampur Airbase. This, remember, is one of the important forward airbases that India has always been very, very important. And if you just look at the picture and the tone and tenor of what the Prime Minister has said, it makes it absolutely clear that the Prime Minister again is reinforcing what he said just about 24 hours ago. For the second time in the last 24 hours, the Prime Minister reiterating that this is the new normal, that especially countries like Pakistan, who wanted to foment terror and much else, should be well aware of. He also does say that our intention was only and only to eliminate the terror hotbed, something that we have done, and we've done that with precision. The message is loud and clear. He said just within 25 to 30 minutes, we struck terror targets deep in Pakistan, and clearly the message to Pakistan is loud and clear that you need to be wary of this new India that is willing to cross the red lines. We won't stop at the POK. We are not stopping at Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. We will go into your heartland if you look at our country and if you cause any harm. The Prime Minister has also used this opportunity, in fact, to praise all the warriors of the Indian Air Force for their bravery. And he said that I thank all of you for your contribution, for responding in kind to Pakistan. And this, remember, also comes at a point where there has been a lot of fake news factory that was essentially pushed by Pakistan, talking of destruction, quote-unquote destruction at the Adampur Airbase. But the Prime Minister, in his own style and method, has given a befitting response to Pakistan and even the world across. So those were just a quick check of what the Prime Minister has said. Let's also get you a roundup of all the top stories we're tracking for you on top of the show at 4. The Prime Minister has addressed the Air Force heroes at Adampur, and he says, you have created history. There is no place in Pakistan now, the Prime Minister says, that is safe for terrorists anymore. Three terrorists have been neutralized in the Shopia encounter. Forces engaged in the gunfight with these terrorists earlier today. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor is speaking to NDTV, and he is responding to what the Prime Minister said just about late last night. He says it's a duty of the Prime Minister to speak to his people, and crucial at this time of misinformation. The CBSE has declared the class 10th and 12th results. The pass percentage is marginally higher than last year. The girls yet again have outshined the boys. And the Prime Minister also has a message for the students. He says, stay confident, stay curious. Donald Trump is on his 4-day Middle East tour that now has begun. The US President earlier has landed in Saudi Arabia. He's also going to be in the UAE and Qatar as Trump eyes Gulf investments in the US. So the Prime Minister, remember, is giving all the credit to our Veers, to our brave hearts. And he says that he actually came to see them who actually have made the country very, very proud. He was earlier at the Adampur Airbase. On your screen, some more images of the moments that he spent with them after he's also addressed them. We'll get you highlights of that in just a moment. But let me also tell you what has the Prime Minister said. He said that we crushed terrorists in their own home. We took them head on. About 100 terrorists have been neutralized. He says to fight evil is our religion. He's invoked Maharana Pratap, Guru Gobind Singh, and he's also said that the masterminds of terror now know that if you try to attack us, you will only and only be facing destruction. So this is yet again a strong message from the Prime Minister signaling our intent, where he says that there is no place in Pakistan where terrorists can hide, not even the Punjab province, not even a Bahawalpur, not even a Muridke. Let's get in our colleague Shiv, who's been tracking that story, getting us a lot of insights, and he joins us live on this edition of the news from Srinagar. You know, Shiv, this is the second strike from the Prime Minister in just the last 24 hours, and much as well, even the symbolism, the Prime Minister there at the Adampur Airbase with the S-400 that you see behind him, and a clear messaging. I think without naming Pakistan like that, he's responded to Pakistan in more ways than one.
You know, this was signature Modi playing to his strengths in his comfort zone with the armed forces, which he loves very much. You know, sending out the kind of powerful message that only someone like a Narendra Modi can. You know, he invoked the fact that this is a land of Buddha, but it's also the land of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. He said that, you know, Op Sindoor is the new normal. He said that Pakistan will have to spend an eternity of sleepless nights if it even dreams of provoking India again in the manner that it did in Pahalgam. He enunciated, Deepthi, three you know, new principles that have become the rules of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned. He said, principle number one, any terror attack will be responded to at a time and place of India's choosing, but there will be a response. No terror attack will be ignored. Number two, nuclear blackmail will never ever again be an issue for India to attack Pakistan, as it has demonstrated with Operation Sindoor. And finally, most importantly and most key, that India will not differentiate between the terrorists and their sponsors. Basically saying that if a terror attack happens, India reserves the right to attack military installations, military targets, and government targets within Pakistan, which is precisely what Operation Sindoor was. And as he said, it is the new normal, and he meant it. But the other words, you know, which were much more of an emotional and tributary nature, I think were equally important, Deepthi, where he paid tribute. He said that he has come for the darshan of the air warriors. He confirmed what most people have been speculating about the Adampur Air Force staff's, you know, front and center role in Operation Sindoor, including pilots in aircraft, radar controllers, target specialists, early warning specialists, all of them, you know, in those huge crowds listening to Prime Minister Modi. And of course, the icing on the cake in some ways, you know, was the Prime Minister making that speech from in front of an S-400, which all of us are seeing for the first time. No public images of the S-400 before this. And therefore, you know, many different messages going out. One, as a warning to Pakistan. Two, as a line in the sand as far as terrorists are concerned. And three, also, that Pakistan can live in its fantasy world as far as misinformation is concerned, but that Adampur, an airbase that Pakistan sought to attack, and when it couldn't attack, sought to misinform its public that it had attacked, is alive and well and ready to jump back into operations in a few minutes if necessary, if Pakistan provokes it. That was the amazing message from Prime Minister Modi, Deepthi.
Oh yes, and Shiv, I'll also take this opportunity to say good evening to both Sajjan Kumar, who's a political analyst, and Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi, who's a defense expert, both with us on the show. And gentlemen, with your permission, I want to take another quick question now with Shiv, and then we'll come back to this conversation because he's on ground zero. He's been tracking everything for us. Shiv, the timing is very, very important. When the Prime Minister decided to speak yesterday, he has multiple layers of messaging, you know, not just to tell us that this is the new Modi doctrine. He has a message for those who still believe that Kashmir is on the table, and he made it very clear that forget that. We'll talk to Pakistan, but we'll talk about POK, and we will speak about terror. He also has a message for all of us who've been really looking at how far can India go. And he said, we came this far, but do not think that this operation is over. This is just a pause. To him now, going to the forces, how do you see in the next few days to weeks, the story moving ahead, keeping in mind that this is a Pakistan that absolutely cannot be trusted?
You know, unlike previous occasions, Deepthi, and I'm glad you asked that question, you know, India does not have to fall back on, you know, warnings or, you know, saying that if you do this, then we will do this. The Prime Minister has literally made 2 speeches, you know, in less than 24 hours, just 4 days after Indian BrahMos and Scalp missiles landed in 12 Pakistan Air Force bases. So, you know, this is not even rhetoric. There is no semantics here. The proof of the pudding is on the runways and the tarmacs and the hangars of all of these Pakistan Air Force bases. So, if anyone has any doubts that Prime Minister Modi and India as a nation is speaking through him from a position of strength, that should be set aside completely, because the Modi doctrine, as you referred to it, which is that India you know, treats every terror attack as an act of war, that India does not care about the nuclear umbrella and nuclear blackmail, and that the military and terrorists are one and the same when a terrorist attack happens, that doctrine is already in force. It's not like a flag being waved by Modi saying, the next time this happens, then we will do this. That has literally happened in the week gone by. And every one of the people at the Adampur Air Force Station, Deepthi, listening to Prime Minister Modi, knows it, because they have literally been the executors of the Modi doctrine this time. And that's what makes this speech so powerful.
Absolutely. Shiv, I'll let you go only for the moment and we'll keep coming back to you. In the meantime, let me go back to both Sajjan Kumar and Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi. General V.K. Chaturvedi, to you, sir, first. How do you read, how do you analyze what has happened vis-a-vis Pakistan and India's response so far?
It has been a tremendous performance by our armed forces. Not only the armed forces, I'll say the people of India. They have stood together with the armed forces. Armed forces have acted in most professional manner, in most ethical manner. When they targeted on 6th and 7th night these places, the terrorist camp, thereafter they made it very, very clear that our aim was to destroy the terrorist camp and kill those terrorists who have caused that unbearable pain to each and every Indian on that 22nd April at Pahalgam. That incident was most deplorable, abhorrible. I think it was heinous, dastardly, what all the adjectives fall short of actually describing that incident when you ask a man his religion and then kill him. And killing some of those couples who had gone for their honeymoon just 7-8 days into their married life. This was unpardonable sin that Pakistan committed, and they needed to be punished in the harshest manner. That's what was done. Thereafter, on 6th, 7th night, we attacked them, pinpoint, precision strike, no collateral damage. We only hit where these terrorists were hiding or their infrastructure was existing. Made it clear on 7th by our Foreign Secretary what was our intention and why we responded in this manner, and also made it very clear that our response has been measured, proportionate, non-escalatory, and responsible. These were the 4 words which describe our response, but thereafter, this failed nation and the rogue army dared to side with the terrorists and tried to send the missiles and drones to damage our infrastructure, damage our military bases and all. India had no choice. India is a strong armed forces, a very strong nation, led by an equally strong leader, which means business, which means good for the nation, and is capable of protecting the sovereignty and integrity of the nation, and also the well-being of our people. And that's why we responded in such a manner that Pakistan will remember for its life.
Yes.
We destroyed the 11 airfields. We destroyed Malid also. One is not very sure whether it was through the naval action or the air action, but definitely the results were there for every one of us to
Yes,
see.
there has been destruction, sir, and that is the reason why you have seen a Pakistan rattled. But look at the response, Sajjan, of how an India responds and how a Pakistan responds. Here, right from people who are in charge of operations to putting out proof of a before and after, showing us evidence that this is where we've struck and these were terror camps, to the Prime Minister not wasting an opportunity to speak to the audience, to speak to his constituents here back home and a larger messaging to the world, to even reaching out to the forces to boost their morale.
Yes, precisely. And PM Modi himself says that he is paying a tribute to the professionalism and the valor and courage of the Indian forces. But more importantly was, the catchphrase, if you see, it was not just, he was trying to address or boost the morale or pay his gratitude to the Indian defense personnel, but rather he was laying down a foundation when he said that it's Operation Sindoor is a new normal in new India. So thereby he was also trying to, in a way, consolidate the new will, the collective will of the nation. The collective will of the new India, wherein India is willing to cross the Rubicons in terms of not being always restrained by retaliating when being attacked, but rather going for the strategy of offensive defense. This is one. Two, also, it was something wherein entire nation's will, collective will, is quite relatable with the leaderships, wherein the faith in the leader, that we the people, the phrase, can be redefined, wherein you find the leader and the people, the state and the society, they all were in sync in terms of entering into 21st century, be it about the new warfare. When he said that this is not the time for war, but this is also not the time to remain passive vis-a-vis terror attack. And that is why Prime Minister Modi's doctrine, if you see, the new India and new normal, it is about a new collective will, wherein the collective psyche wants India's defense and security to play a proactive and offensive role rather than being the recipient and then responding. And that is how you see, this is where Prime Minister Modi's own location, his own social and political capital of immense relatability. This is where he carries the nation in a professional and a very transparent and relatable manner, compared to a state wherein you find Pakistan, etc. It's all propaganda based on the lies and etc. So that way, what I find really fascinating about the address was the immense relatability. When PM speaks, he is giving the details of the operation. He is naming the kind of the tact and technologies, their uses, paying the gratitude, but it was done in such a relatable language that besides the professional experts, you also find ordinary and generic Indians feeling quite relatable, and the message resonates with them. So that is why India has crossed the Rubicon, and this willingness to cross the Rubicon and not being restrained, as has been the collective frustration, a sense of that is something that is new about PM Modi's address, that we the people is now quite addressing the collective intent as addressed by Modi, wherein you have to go for, rather than defensive offense, you are going for the offensive defense strategy. Yes.
And Sajjan, I'm so glad that you've touched upon this point, because this helps me frame the next part of the question before I get in Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi. Because the point is, you're speaking of the will of the nation. This was the mood of the nation, that let's go to any length this time, but we need to ensure that there is never another Pahalgam. This is our moment. We do not care about what an America might think. We do not care about what an EU might think. We do not care about absolutely anyone right now, because these are our citizens. And right from, calling this operation an Operation Sindoor, to addressing the fact that we need to do a lot more in terms of our own capabilities and to go deep into the heart of Pakistan. I think right from the start, the intent, the message was very clear, and this has kind of galvanized the entire country to come together as one. Sajjan.
Yes, precisely, and that is where you do not see leaders, taking decision at the people. It is about you take the decision in a professional manner, but what an amazing, kind of way wherein the professional decisions have immense, relatability with the collective psyche of the people, the very clamoring of justice, clamoring of retaliatory action against the heinous act. And that is something which was synchronized. And therein, when he addresses the general public, as he did yesterday, or when he goes to the to address the Indian defense personals who participated and made this valorous act possible. This brings every aspect of Indianness together. And that is where you find a leader transcends into the statesmanship wherein the legitimacy in the system, in the security and the faith and the sense of pride percolates down to each and every being. And that is why I see the generic message, the generic sense of, collective psyche is satiated, and therein you feel a sense of pride that not only it was not just a revenge, but it was a justice. And you also feel pride of the leadership of the Air Force, the defense, the Navy, the diplomacy, and that way, this is the moment wherein you feel that yes, there is a paradigm shift into the policy, and that paradigm shift is articulated in very simple manner, that there cannot be talk with terrorism, there cannot be trade with terrorism, and there cannot be blood and water flowing together. India cannot sit passively to respond only when being attacked, but rather it has a right. And then addressing the global audience also, and unambiguously declaring India's intent that we are going to fight at our own will, in our own way, at a time we choose, rather than others who dictate the terms to us. So these are the things, mind it is going to stay with the people. People are going to remember it, they are going to internalize it. And this is the moment wherein you see a statesman Modi, and wherein he brings entire country together and makes them clear and submits to them the directional change that has happened just now with the valor and everything. And that is why I said, we the people needs to be redefined, that new India, new normal is also among a new psyche of the collective Indianness.
Yes, yes. I think, Sanjan, you've just put this out so very well and so very effectively, and I'm glad you've done that. Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi, sir, there is another aspect. Nuclear blackmail is something that the Prime Minister spoke about yesterday. The Prime Minister has reiterated that message today. And I don't recall, leaders in recent times who've actually crossed that line to speak about nuclear blackmail as such. So for a leader from a stage speaking to not just Pakistan, but to the world over, that next time, Pakistan inflicts harm on us just because it is a nuclear armed state, you cannot ask us to dial down tensions.
Very well brought out. Nuclear blackmail since 1999 Kargil.
Yes.
At that point of time also we were both nuclear powers, and a lot of talks were there that both countries are nuclear, and therefore we laid lot of restrictions on our own self. We did not cross the LC. Our Air Force did not cross the airspace, violated the Air Force airspace. But this time, our Prime Minister in no uncertain term has made it clear that this nuclear bluff will not hold anymore. We will do whatever is right for it, and it has been done. You see it, what Shiv was talking in the beginning, that what last week, whatever the Prime Minister defined yesterday as a doctrine has already been done. We crossed the international boundary, which we had never done it earlier. We hit Bahawalpur, we hit all the air bases of Pakistan. And also, initially, we were only hitting the terrorist camp. And we made it very clear that these are the terrorist camps which we want to hit because they have caused damage to our people. But when they retaliated, then there was no Lakshman Rekha. India went all out to cause the heaviest damage. I think Pakistan will remember for a long time the way it has been plundered, I'll just say that word, with our firepower. And all the aircrafts, their drones and missiles were made ineffective by our air defense system.
Oh, yes.
So is not known about our artillery, which has done a lot of damage in 15 core and 16 core area. The rockets, the medium guns have totally plundered some of the posts. Even the gun positions have been plundered. This will all come later. But I can only say that one is very proud of our leadership, our political total cabinet, and the people of India who stood very, very strongly with the nation.
And our forces, not to forget, our forces that, actually are there ensuring that we all stay safe. And this is a leader who's actually gone amongst them today to not just say thank you, but also I think to boost their morale, to tell them that I am here, I will always watch your back. So I think it's not just the political will, but the military might of a country that gets together. And like Sajjan said, when you internalize this is how you have an India in totality, gentlemen, responding to Pakistan and the terror state. It's been a fascinating conversation, only for want of time. I'm thanking both of you right now for speaking to us. But just in case you're tuning into the broadcast, I want to get you highlights, just a couple of highlights of the Prime Minister's big address at the Adampur Airbase, where the Prime Minister has once again warned Pakistan.
इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है। आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी। आतंक के विरुद्ध भारत की लक्ष्मण रेखा अब एकदम स्पष्ट है। अब फिर कोई टेरर अटैक हुआ तो भारत जवाब देगा, पक्का जवाब देगा। ये हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, एयर स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, और अब तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत का न्यू नॉर्मल है। और जैसा मैंने कल भी कहा, भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। दुनिया भी भारत के इस नए रूप को, इस नई व्यवस्था को समझते हुए ही आगे बढ़ रही है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की, बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए।
So that is the Prime Minister's unequivocal message going out yet again. But do remember, we as a country today have stood with the government, whether it is the opposition, whether it's absolutely anyone. Everyone has commended the government for the kind of action we have taken. Now, Congress's Shashi Tharoor is no different. He's had this exclusive conversation with NDTV where he's lauding the Prime Minister's efforts, and he says that it's good that the Prime Minister has spoken to the people, and he also does say that India has handled the situation very well.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaging with the nation through his address to the nation. Do you think it was needed?
Yeah.
And particularly at a time when there's a lot of misinformation and also some kind of narrative setting which is happening by the Pakistanis and the Western media?
I think certainly it's always needed. I think it's a duty of a Prime Minister to speak to his people from time to time. He does this monthly broadcast on Mann Ki Baat, but that's not really topical, urgent, critical stuff. It's more reflective in general. I think that actually coming on television, looking the nation square in the eye and talking about the big issues on the top of their minds is always important. Whether it was COVID, whether it's war, we needed him to do that, so I'm glad he did it. The question of the narrative, I don't think that he particularly addressed the other people's narrative at all. He talked about what we were trying to do, what we believe we've accomplished, and how determined we are in the future. That message is good. I don't think there was anything terribly new or surprising. Certainly people like us who've been following Indian policy have been saying more or less all of this. I was very pleased to see one of my lines that caught the attention of his speechwriters because he used it. When I said that the Prime Minister had said this is not an era of war, and I had added in my Indian Express article 2 weeks ago, but it is not an era of terrorism either. That line made it to the PM's speech, so I felt chuffed about that. I mean, that's also a right message, right? But anyway, to cut a long story short, I will say that the PM should do this. He should do it every time there's a moment of crisis. But as far as the global narrative is concerned, there are people below his level who should be doing it. The global narrative is shaped by various factors. It is shaped by the interests and the self-interests of governments and by the interests and the proclivities of the media organizations. And if it so happens that there are some media organizations that have a habit of inviting a lot more Pakistani guests than they invite ours, you will get a particular point of view. And at the same time, if there are media organizations that are willing to give us the time and space to be heard, we should leap onto those because we cannot entirely rely on the fact that we've issued the right statements from here. Are people hearing them in their own countries, in their own languages, in their own TV stations? These are important issues.
And do you think, Dr. Tharoor, that the way Prime Minister and his government handled this entire crisis, including the communication, I will not call narrative, which is increasingly becoming a much contested word, including the communication to the larger world and people, Indian people, that was largely in the right direction?
Look, I think that the overall crisis was handled extremely well. I have gone on record as saying that I thought Operation Sindoor, from the naming to the presentation to the conduct, everything I gave full marks to. I mean, I really like the fact that we hit the terrorist bases. We did so at night when there were very few civilians likely to be wandering about, so no collateral damage. We were very precise in our targeting. I'm told we hit a specific building inside the LET compound. I like that. I thought that sending the message that, look, in Kargil, we never even crossed the LOC, even though it cost us lives. In Uri, we crossed the LOC. In Balakot, we crossed the international border. And today, after Pahalgam, we are now hitting you in your heartland. So be prepared that we are not prepared to take any more of this. The more you do, the more consequences you're going to face. I think all that messaging was very clear, and the Pakistanis have got the message. Did the world community get the message? Not unchallenged, because the Pakistanis were going around telling everybody, oh my gosh, the Indians are a rogue state. We did nothing. They were attacking us without any provocation. And when we say, but look at this Pahalgam, they say, well, he didn't do Pahalgam. Where is the evidence? And indeed, many foreign interviewers are badgering us to say, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence? To which all we could say is, where was the evidence that Osama bin Laden was there until they found him? You know, where was the evidence that they had done 26/11 until Qasab was captured alive? The problem is denial is the Pakistani modus operandi. So I have no doubt that a meticulously planned operation like this came out of a sophisticated military headquarters. It's not some random, crazy doing something. But I believe that though we have paused this operation now, and this pause will last long, I believe that we still have to go after the individuals who perpetrated Pahalgam. We seem to have identified 3 of the 4 of them by name. We have to go after them and get them. And that, whatever it takes, however long it takes, is something that is indispensable for India's self-respect to achieve.
Now, even as India-Pakistan tensions have de-escalated following the ceasefire agreement, there is a lot of politics over Operation Sindoor that has already begun. The opposition that is led by the Congress is already calling for a special parliamentary session over Operation Sindoor. They want more clarity on what has happened so far, also on the US's claims of having mediated a ceasefire. Meanwhile, the Congress has also put up posters of the late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi lauding her role in the 1971 India-Pakistan war. Let's get you a quick roundup of all the voices.
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है। मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए। अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है, जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं। 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए, अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी है जहाँ से विशेष सत्र पार्लियामेंट का हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है, इस बारे में डेप्थ डिस्कशन सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में देना मुश्किल होता है। मगर इसमें कुछ बातें ऐसी होती है कि वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखने की आवश्यकता होती है नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए। इसीलिए हमने कहा कि ठीक है, सेशन बुलाना हो तो बुलाइए, मगर सेशन से ज़्यादा लाभ हम आपस में बैठेंगे तो होगा।
Prime Minister should have answered certain pertinent questions which Prime Minister evaded. How the Pahalgam terror attack took place? What was the lapse on our part? Prime Minister did not refer to it. And after that, Sindoor operation, Prime Minister was making big claims, okay, but ceasefire, how ceasefire has been agreed? What was the role played by America?
देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने 140 करोड़ आवाम को संबोधित करते हुए सीधा और कड़ा संदेश दिया है। इसमें साफ कह दिया है कि टेररिज्म पर कोई समझौता होने वाला नहीं। युद्ध स्थगित हुआ है, रुका नहीं है। जैसी भाषा में पाकिस्तान समझेगा, उसको जवाब मिलेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेलिंग नहीं चलेगी।
While the Prime Minister is ready to talk to every world leader about Pakistan, he should also address his own countrymen and the other political parties within the country. It has been over a fortnight and the Prime Minister chooses monologues over a dialogue with his fellow countrymen and the political parties. The Congress party has been very clear in its stand. We will stand by the government for any decisive decision it takes with respect to the interest of the country and the countrymen.
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They're talking about how, there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not. This is not time for that. For the poster for Indira Gandhi. So some questions rise because we put the poster, why the POK came after the war, why we are not acquire the POK. What about the Bombay incident? Our more than 300 people dead in the Bombay incident. Why there is no action? Modi taking immediate action. So this question will be raised. Many questions regarding that Indira Gandhi period and Sindhu water dispute. Why not that continuing same thing? After Modi, it stopped now. So all the questions are with the Congress also. But this is the not time. This is the not time. We have only time is support to our armed force.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world. Welcome back. Now, about 3 terrorists have been neutralized in the encounter in Shopia earlier. These have been killed with the encounter with our forces in that particular district. On your screen are more images of the aftermath and some following their entire operation. Now, these terrorists have been identified as Amir Bashir, Shahid Kutei, Adnan Shafi Dar, who've all been neutralized, and they are all believed to be locals in Jammu and Kashmir. The encounter initially began in Kulgaon and then it shifted to a heavily forested area in Shopia. Now, the timing of the encounter is significant because this comes right in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, and the agencies, even as we speak, are trying to find out which were the other operations that these terrorists were involved in and whether there were more people and perhaps OGWs providing them support. So we'll keep getting you updates from what's been happening vis-a-vis Jammu and Kashmir and also the India-Pakistan story. But back home, there is another lot of political murmur about what possibly could be happening in Maharashtra. Now, there are a lot of speculations of the Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray and the MNS chief Raj Thackeray reuniting after decades of differences. There was a recent meeting between Raj Thackeray and the Maharashtra minister Uday Samant, a key leader from the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena faction, that again has raised a lot of eyebrows. Now, this, remember, is the third such meeting that is taking place between them. It has furthered a lot of that speculation about could they be coming together? Could there be a new realignment? The question continues to be, will the brothers actually now bury the hatchet? Will they come together, make peace? or there is going to be a new party matrix in Maharashtra. Do remember, we are still looking at an all-important BMC elections that are due in Maharashtra. So what could that also entail? This is our colleague Anuj breaking down more details.
You know, MNS has been slightly notorious for giving hints to almost all the parties which are active here in Maharashtra's political spectrum for the longest possible time. We remember that before the Lok Sabha election, MNS gave their unconditional support to Mahayuti only to support Narendra Modi for prime ministerial position. After that, during the Vidhan Sabha election, there was a lot of confusion on whether MNS is going with Mahayuti or not. On certain seats, we saw that they amounted to massive amount of losses, especially to Shinde Shiv Sena because of the Marathi core voter base. But in the larger scheme of things, they stayed against Mahayuti, but with Bharatiya Janata Party. That resulted in them getting 0 seats, and that also increased the speculation about how there is a growing irrelevance factor when it comes to MNS across the state. And as a result of that, we are seeing that new permutations and combinations have been worked out. First, we saw hints being exchanged by MNS chief Raj Thackeray and his cousin brother Uddhav Thackeray from Shiv Sena UBT, talking about how there is a possibility of the Thackeray brothers uniting for what they termed as the larger unity of Maharashtra state. However, we did not see much development happening on that aspect in the last couple of weeks, because this conversation started in 19th of April and went silent after that. Today in the early hours of the morning, Uday Samant made his way to Raj Thackeray's house. Uday Samant is a senior minister in Fadnavis's cabinet. He is also a very close aide of Eknath Shinde. Although he denied any political talks being made in that particular meeting, but speculations are rife that this was keeping in mind the upcoming BMC elections. Given the 6th May judgment by the Supreme Court, one can expect the BMC or the municipality elections taking place before the end of this year, which makes the political permutation and combinations very important for people to strike right, and that is why this meeting becomes so crucial.
So will they, won't they, only time will tell. But let's also tell you more about the CBSE results that have been declared for both classes 10th and 12th. 88% students have passed the class 12th exams. The girls, as always, have outshined boys. In the CBSE class 12 board exam results, Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh is the best performing district, and that has a 99.60% students clearing that exam there. Trivandrum in Kerala is at number 2, followed by Chennai, Bengaluru and Delhi. Now, also the pass percentage of the class 10th exam this time stands at a 93.66%, and that is about 0.06% more or better than the previous year of 2024. Tanushka getting us more details of how the results essentially have been.
The exam jitters have now come to fruition with the class 10 and 12 CBSE board examinations being announced. They're being, gradually put up on the website, and the results are out at this point. And what we do understand is that over 16 lakh students appeared for the class 12 board examinations, with 88.39 pass percentage of students across the country. Now, what we also know is that girls have outshone boys in both the categories of board examinations. Class 10 and 12 girls have performed better. For class 12 examinations, girls have, passed of 91%, which is nearly 6% more than what the boys have. And for class 10 results, girls have performed 95% pass percentage, and this is nearly 3% better than what the boys have. Now, speaking of, regions, for class 10, Vijayawada has performed the best in terms of region in the class 12 category, with 99.6% students passing the examination, while Prayagraj of Uttar Pradesh is at the bottom with 79.53 pass percentage of students. Now, overall, speaking of Delhi, for the class 12, overall Delhi performance is at 95.18 pass percentage, and above 90% scorers are that of nearly 7%, and above 95% scorers are that of nearly 2%. Now, speaking of class 10 CBSE results, we do know that the pass percentage is more than what that is for the class 12. It's of 93.66%, which is a 0.06% increase from the last year. Trivandrum and again Vijayawada are the best performing regions in the 10th board examination, with 99.79% of students passing the examination, while Guwahati stands at the bottom with 84.14 pass percentage. Now, the overall Delhi performance for Class 10 stands at 95.14%, which is pretty good for the pass percentage. And the above 90% category is that of 8.43% for Class 10, and above 95 category is that of 1.29% for Class 10 again. So overall, the country with respect to the CBSE exams and the students have performed, well enough in these examinations, and these results were anticipated for a very long while, and they've finally come about, clearing all the errant confusion and giving a sort of a welcome relief, a breath of relief to all the students anticipating on these results.
And now to the other important story of the day. India has now informed the World Trade Organization, or the WTO, of its proposal to impose retaliatory tariffs or select US-made goods. Now, the aim is to counter Washington's continued levies on Indian steel and aluminium exports, is according to reports in a notice earlier that was issued on Monday. Now, India has said that this move would take the form of suspending concessions and increasing import duties on specific American products. In fact, allow me to quote a brief from what the statement says, that the proposed suspension of concessions or other obligations takes the form of an increase in tariffs on selected products originating in the United States, unquote.
What it is some sort of a toughening of India's stance on the global sort of trade platform is what we're seeing here. We're seeing that despite an active bilateral trade agreement negotiation, we've chosen to sort of oppose US's retaliatory duties at a platform like the WTO, like the World Trade Organization. Again, this is not the first time that India has done something like this. In 2018, during Trump's first term, when his administration hit at India with tariffs, by 2019, India had responded with retaliatory tariffs, and those were very, very broad-ranging as well. So we've chosen that same playbook this time around as well. We've gone and said that we don't appreciate the tariffs that we've put on our steel and aluminium exports, and we've gone ahead and chosen to retaliate. Again, this proposal, it's currently only at the proposal stage. These might take effect after 30 days. There's still no clarity on that. If the US reaches out for negotiations, or if there is some sort of a mediation of this, then these tariffs will not be implemented. But so far, as of by 8th June is when we can expect these tariffs to roll out, if there is no sort of mediation coming in from both sides.
Now, the US President Donald Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia. He's kicking off a diplomatic and business-focused tour of the Gulf that also includes Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. This, remember, is marking Donald Trump's first major overseas trip since starting his second term in office. The White House has described the visit as a quote-unquote historical return to the Middle East, signaling Trump's continued interest in strengthening ties with the Gulf states. So what really is expected, what could happen, and how has the conversation steered till now? Disha is with us. She's going to fill us in on all these aspects. Now, we are looking at the pictures, Disha. Trump has met with MBS earlier. We haven't seen too many statements coming in, but China clearly is taking still a dig at Donald Trump. Iran possibly could be discussed. Why don't you tell us that what could the next few days entail?
Interestingly, Deepthi, actually this visit is being seen more as a business trip or an economic trip more than one targeted at diplomacy or focused on diplomacy. In fact, US President Donald Trump has indicated various times that he is expected to sign massive economic and business deals worth $1 trillion with Saudi Arabia. In fact, when we even look at his delegation that he's taken with him in this three-nation, 4-day-long trip, it includes various key business leaders. Of course, Trump's close advisor, Elon Musk, is there. Then we have BlackRock CEO. Apart from that, various other Citibank CEO, Jane Fraser, is also traveling with him. And we've seen various pictures as well of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the Saudi Arabian leader speaking before a key Riyadh investment forum that is supposed to also take place during this visit. So this is being seen more as an economic and a business trip than one targeted at diplomacy at a time when the region is in fact it's under turmoil because of the almost 2-year-long war between Hamas and Israel. So, it is interesting to note that US President Trump is in fact focusing so much on business deals rather than diplomacy at a time when we're also seeing the US and Iran in deep talks. They in fact just held their 4th round of talks regarding the nuclear program. So interesting developments we're seeing and interesting visuals we're seeing from Saudi Arabia. In fact, just to give a small factoid to our viewers, Donald Trump's family, especially his sons, have very deep business interests in Saudi Arabia.
Correct.
So interesting visit.
Oh yes, and Trump being Trump, you never know, Disha. So we trust you to keep us ahead on that big story. For the moment, thank you. With this, it's also time for us to quickly head into a break. On the other side, we are back with lots more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to.
Welcome back. Now, the prestigious Miss World pageant is going to be held in Hyderabad. You will have participants from over 100 countries who've gathered in the city ahead of the mega event in Hyderabad. And at the end of this month, you will have beauty queens who will be seen traveling to heritage and cultural hotspots in Telangana. NDTV's Uma Sudhir has also spoken to key people connected to the pageant.
So the Miss World Festival is here, and I have with me the CEO of Miss World organization, Julia Molly. Welcome to Telangana, first of all, and thank you for showcasing Telangana to the rest of the world as well. You've been doing this for years. This is the 72nd edition. Every girl dreams of this, becoming a Miss World. What would you say to each of those girls who's looking at this as something aspirational happens to someone else and you are on top of the world?
I think you can't tell anyone what to feel. You can't tell anyone what to think. But the sheer volume of excitement and the sharing, it's up to the individual to come and to discover Telangana, but discover yourself at the same time. Because a lot of young people have never had the opportunity to meet, if you like, the rest of the world, which is perhaps a little exaggerated, but most of the world. And when you've spent time together, you grow a bit more, you get a bit more confident, and gradually you feel more positive. It's rather like a driving test, I suppose. You're on a road and you're learning to find the gears and you don't know quite what to do, and there's a lot of other traffic. You have to experience that nervousness, that fear perhaps, because it's human.
120 contestants coming in here. One of them is going to be almost from 120 countries. And one of them is going to be the winner. Yes. Obviously, all of them are winners in some way or the other, yes. But very often, what sets apart that person who becomes the Miss World from the rest?
It's a good question. Actually, very little. Very little, if anything at all. It just happens, honest to God, that night. You've got 9 judges and they've got a view. You could get another 9 judges and they choose somebody else. So basically, it's your luck that night. You've won the jackpot.
That is like life also, isn't it, in the larger sense?
That's absolutely right. And that's what you make of it. But it isn't just one winner. They're all winners because they're smart. What they do is they communicate, and they know now the world's their oyster because they can go and stay with their friends. They've got something else that's perhaps given them another thought about their future.
Thank you so much, Julia, for joining us. And yes, Miss World coming with beauty with a purpose and calling it something that has a place for everyone, respect everyone, and give that place to everyone in the world so we make a happier, more beautiful world together. In Hyderabad, with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And with this, it's time for us to wrap things on this edition of the news. But before we go, we are leaving you behind with certain pictures and also an reaction. This is just today after announcing his retirement from the Test arena that India's star batter Virat Kohli was in Vrindavan with his wife Anushka Sharma. The couple called on the renowned spiritual leader Premanand Maharaj at Vrindavan Dham to seek his blessings. The couple, remember, is known to be followers of the Maharaj and have been seen in Vrindavan often. What did Maharaj Premanand say at the end of this is the reaction that you will just hear on the other side. Our coverage continues.
विराज बैठ प्रसन्न हो? हाँ, नहीं, ठीक ही रहना चाहिए। हम आपको अपने प्रभु का विधान बताते हैं थोड़ा सा। जब प्रभु किसी पर कृपा करते हैं, ये वैभव मिलना कृपा नहीं है, ये पुण्य है।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Prime Minister Modi addresses Air Force heroes at Adampur Airbase. PM tells forces, you have created history. There is no place in Pakistan that's safe for terrorists. 3 terrorists have been gunned down in the Shopian encounter. Forces are engaged in gunfight with the terrorists. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor speaks to NDTV on Prime Minister Modi's speech, says it's the duty of Prime Minister to speak to his people and it's crucial at this time of misinformation. CBSE declares class 10th and 12th results. Pass percentage is marginally higher than 2024. Prime Minister Modi's message to students: stay confident, stay curious. Donald Trump's 4-day Middle East tour begins. US President lands in Saudi Arabia. Donald Trump eyes Gulf investments in US. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting this edition at 5 with a top focus. Prime Minister Modi today visited Punjab's Adampur Airbase and interacted with the soldiers and IAF men and women at the Adampur base. Giving all credit to our Veers, our braves, Prime Minister Modi said that he came to meet those who made us all proud. PM Modi says that we crushed terrorists in their home. We took them head on, and to fight evil is in our religion. That is what Prime Minister Modi said while invoking Maharana Pratap as well as Guru Gobind Singh. He said that the masterminds of terror now know that if you try to attack us, you will only be destroyed. Well, Prime Minister Modi has also confirmed Adampur IAF based role in the operations against Pakistan in Operation Sindoor. He said that Pakistan tried to attack this base but clearly failed. Well, remember, Adampur was among the Air Force stations that Pakistan attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and 10th following India's Operation Sindoor. The Prime Minister visit to the Air Force station comes just a day after he had praised the country's formidable armed forces following a successful Operation Sindoor. Let's listen in to the Prime Minister.
इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है। आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी। आतंक के विरुद्ध भारत की लक्ष्मण रेखा अब एकदम स्पष्ट है। अब फिर कोई टेरर अटैक हुआ तो भारत जवाब देगा, पक्का जवाब देगा। ये हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, एयर स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, और अब तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत का न्यू नॉर्मल है। और जैसा मैंने कल भी कहा, भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। दुनिया भी भारत के इस नए रूप को, इस नई व्यवस्था को समझते हुए ही आगे बढ़ रही है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए।
Well, Prime Minister Modi giving out a very clear and a strong message that to fight evil is in our religion. He's invoked Maharana Pratap, he's invoked Guru Gobind Singh, and also said that there is no place in Pakistan where the terrorists can hide anymore. We will enter their homes and attack them if they resort to any such misadventures anytime soon. Well, all right, my colleague Shiv Arur is also now joining us on the broadcast here while giving out a strong message here in Adampur. Shiv, Prime Minister Modi also has confirmed the IAF-based role in the operations that were carried out against Pakistan.
That's correct. He's, cleared all doubts about the role that Adampur played. He said it more than once that, the people at the Adampur base faced the enemy head on. He talked about the missiles and drones. Remember that Adampur is a forward airbase in the Punjab sector. It's barely 100 kilometers from the international border. And as you know, 100 kilometers is a mere trifle for fast-moving fighter aircraft and missiles, and therefore it is considered a frontline airbase. He's confirmed not just the fact that Operation Sindoor has one big epicenter at the Adampur Air Force Station, but also that the power that emanated from Adampur doesn't just strike Pakistan's air bases, doesn't just strike Pakistan's military psyche and its sense of history, but also has completely demolished so much misinformation, hasn't it? Pakistan has been fixated on Adampur since the beginning of Operation Sindoor, and I suspect that may be one of the reasons why Prime Minister deliberately chose to go to Adampur, beyond all the other operational reasons. The fact is, Pakistan has been desperate to, in a fantasy world, hoping for some kind of damage at the Adampur station. They've sold their domestic audience the dishonesty that Adampur is out of action and, out of circulation and cannot be used as an operational offensive base. But that has been completely disproven in the flesh, not with narrative management, but by the Prime Minister actually being there. And remember, the most important part of this visit, apart from the darshan of the, air warriors themselves, the brave people who actually conducted Operation Sindoor, is that the new Modi doctrine, which has now become a reality, which is A, that we will not be threatened by nuclear blackmail just to protect terror. B, we will not distinguish between terrorists and their sponsors, aka the Pakistan military. And C, every terror attack will be seen as an act of war. The three new principles of the Modi doctrine are not some wishy-washy stuff that's up in the air. Modi was speaking for the second time in 24 hours, just 72 hours after literally the Modi doctrine has been implemented by the very people there at the Adampur base. So, one can consider this to be very symbolic, but it's much more than symbolic. It's real, it's operational, and it was right there with those people at the base.
Yes, absolutely. Shiv, I would request you to kindly stay on with us. We also have some more information now coming in. We are also now have the clearest satellite imagery released so far of Operation Sindoor against Pakistan. The Indian strikes on Pakistani air bases that show the extent of the damage caused by relentless Indian precision strikes. The images that you see include the bases of Sukur and Sindh, Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, and many more. My colleague Vishnu Shom is also now joining us on the broadcast. Vishnu, take us through the details here.
All right, well, let's first start looking at the map and then we bring in the images. I'm just pointing out all of the air bases which we are looking at. Noor Khan right next to Islamabad itself, Sargodha, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur, Jacobabad and Bholari over here. But let's bring up the first set of images which we have of Jacobabad. And what we are doing is showing you this particular area. We marked it out. This is a before image where you can see this hangar entirely intact, the image from the 30th of April, this image from the 11th of April, which as you can see over here, shows this hangar completely destroyed. But let's bring you more details, a full close-up of that image. And here you can see the hangar destroyed and debris as well. This would likely be a BrahMos or a Scalp missile which took this out. Remember, these are some of Pakistan's main air bases. Essentially, all of them have been hit. Let's move now to an image from Bholari. Again, this is the before image from the 27th of April 2025. Look at the hangar, it is intact over here. On the next image, on the 11th of May 2025, the hangar is completely destroyed. Let's move to a full-frame image of this and describe the damage. And this is perhaps the most vivid image, high-resolution satellite imagery that NDTV has acquired of this particular hangar. It shows that the entire part of this roof has been destroyed. There is debris on all sides. If there are aircraft inside this, and at this juncture we don't know if there were, then those would most certainly have been destroyed. This is a major strike. Let's go to Sukur at this stage. This is believed to be a UAV site. This is an image from the 3rd of May. This particular structure intact, but over here, this structure has been attacked. So the image from the 10th of May shows it being attacked. Let's bring you details of that. Let's zoom in now to the next image. This is that same structure which shows severe structural damage, possible burn and strike scars in this particular area. And then look at the vegetation over here. This is all black. This entire area is all black because there has been a substantial fire in this area and debris all across. So this has been entirely leveled. It has been completely flattened, this particular area. Let's now go to Noor Khan Air Force Base. This is one of the primary Air Force Base, April 25th, 2025. Focus on this box over here. And I'll take a look at what's happened on the 10th of May over here when you see this. Several buildings, in fact, 2 of them have been destroyed. I'll come back over here for a moment. If you see these 2 buildings over here, right? Zoom into this image over here. These 2 buildings right over here, 1 and 2. This is the before image, and they are completely gone in this after image, right? In this after image over here, they are completely destroyed. Now let's bring up the full frame image, and you'll see multiple buildings destroyed in this particular area. Let's move to a couple of runway strikes, which are the next set of images. This from the Musharraf Airbase in Sargodha. This is the before image on the 30th of April. And here India has cratered that runway. By cratering a runway, you're making it inoperational for use. The Pakistan Air Force at some stage realized that they would be grounded. They came to the ceasefire table. Let's bring you another image of this runway, which has been cratered over here. This is in Musharraf in Sargodha. But there is another very important Air Force base. That's the Rahim Yar Khan Air Force Base, which has also had a very, very precise hit. We'll come to that in a moment. But before that, one more image over here in Musharraf in this cross taxiway that you can see. So by actually getting a strike into this area, you're preventing aircraft from moving all across the Air Force Base. And finally, let's move across, as I mentioned, to the Rahim Yar Khan base. This is the before image on the 10th of May. On the same day, before the strikes took place, this is one image, and this is after the strike took place. This has been cratered, and now we've actually got video of this particular area. Let's play out that video showing the strike over there, because you get a clear idea of just how deep it is. The satellite imagery doesn't show the depth, but that is what has taken place at Rahim Yar. So let me actually go across at this stage to my colleague Shiv Arur as well. So Shiv, we've run through this very high-resolution satellite imagery. Let's talk a little bit about that. Let's bring up some of the imagery which we have on these strikes which have taken place. Let's talk about Jacobabad, and let's talk about hangars first. We don't know what was inside the hangars, Shiv, but if there were aircraft, and the chances were there would have been some, they would have been entirely destroyed.
Vishnu, first of all, fantastic scooping these first high-resolution images from Maxar of battle damage. I don't think anyone has seen this kind of battle damage in this kind of jaw-dropping clarity. And I'm tempted to, right at the outset, say that comparing this with 2019, when the system was scrambling for battle damage imagery to prove what India knows it had done in Balakot at that Jaish-e-Mohammed site. Contrast that with this, Vishnu, And you've got, I don't even know what resolution this is. You can go down to a couple of meters, I think. You can see the details of the debris. You're right, we don't know what aircraft were inside, but I think it's safe to assume that quite a few aircraft may have been destroyed in these attacks, whether it is, Mushaf or Jacobabad or the others, the cratering of the runways. This clarity is very, very arresting. Take us through some of the highlights to you, Vishnu. It
This
seems
is the
like
highlight,
some of
which we've got.
Some of the battle damage images capture much more.
This is the most unreal battle damage imagery. And Shiv, I've made it a big part of my career over the last several years to focus on satellite imagery, because when it comes to wars and conflict, you get so much more which you don't otherwise get. So this is Sukkur, for example. Let's bring in and stay on this image if we can for a moment. This entire structure is believed to be a UAV base. That's entirely leveled. It's complete, huge structural damage. But look over here. This entire area shows vegetation burn. There's been a substantial fire over here on this side of the street. If we go one image before that and have the before and after image, if we can just have the previous image which shows the before and after, you will see that this entire area is normal in the previous image, but over here there's been a large fire. We don't have that up right now, but let's keep moving with these images and start talking about them. All right, this is Noor Khan. This is the before image itself. Of Noor Khan Airbase. This is one of the primary Air Force bases very close to the Pakistani hub. And take a look over here of this area which has been completely destroyed, at least 2 buildings destroyed. This is very close to the Pakistani Army headquarters. Shiv, let's talk a little bit about this. The fact that we were able to strike in the Rawalpindi area, the fact that, right at the heart of the Pakistani military establishment, we went and did this. What is the message which is being said?
The message being said is, what the Prime Minister said at Adampur just a few minutes ago, earlier this morning actually, Vishnu, which is that no matter what the target, we will not distinguish between terrorists and their sponsors. And the missiles that have rained down at these 12 bases basically shows, he's not talking out of his hat. He's talking about something that has literally been executed just 72 hours before he made that speech. But Vishnu, I want to throw it back to you for a moment because, first of all, in tribute to the fact that you've scrutinized these images so closely, people are wildly curious about the entire nuclear angle. The Air Force has confirmed, they said, we have not hit anything nuclear. The presumption is they were not even aiming for it, but there's a huge amount of curiosity about where this nuclear stuff is vis-a-vis these targets that have been attacked. Can you throw some light on that, Vishnu?
Well, the Kirana Hills is located in the Rawalpindi area, and the fact is that yesterday when we did ask, or when a journalist did ask the Air Marshal whether they had been hit, he had a huge smile on his face, and then he went on to add that no, in fact, we didn't cross that red line. But I think the smile on his face earlier on perhaps said a few things, but on record, India has not done that because, let's face it, it would cross a huge red line. We're not looking to get at each other's strategic assets right now. So we will give him the benefit of doubt at this juncture, but there is some fairly vivid imagery which has come in, video which has come in. But, I think, and this is my final point, Shiv, and let's keep circling this. I want to actually focus a little bit on the hits which have taken place on the runways, because that essentially made the Pakistan Air Force inoperational. And for example, this is Mushaf in Sargodha. This is a primary facility of theirs. They've got several fighter aircraft deployed. The fact that you've got a runway created here, we've had pictures of runways created elsewhere at Sargodha, also at Rahim Yar Khan. At some stage, the Pakistanis would have realized that if this is what was going to go on, they would run out of air bases. And I think the key point over here, Shiv, is that we only used very few missiles at each of these bases. This was not a mass attack. These were precision attacks. The fact that the BrahMos, the Scalp went through, if we had launched 10 more at each base, it would have meant that these bases would have been entirely inoperational.
And we know for a fact, Vishnu, you and I, that those missiles were primed and ready, to conduct follow-on strikes at those bases. If Pakistan hadn't sort of stepped forward and asked for that ceasefire, because it looked like each of those strikes basically pinned them down. Most of them were devastatingly inaccurate. A couple of missiles here and there may have overshot. We don't know that for sure. We might get to know about that later, like places like Rafiki, etc. But I think what as far as the military objective was concerned, was to make a statement but also hit materially what that base could do and put it out of circulation for at least a short while, seriously compromising the Pakistan Air Force's ability to mount some kind of a credible mass retaliation at that point of time. And that, Vishnu, I'm thinking, must have been the tipping point.
Indeed. Shiv, thanks very much for joining us. Some breaking news now coming in. The army has briefed diplomats on Operation Sindoor. It's a defense briefing for 70 defense attaches, which has actually taken place. This is a very important development which has taken place. I'd like to share a couple of important points about this. Remember, India is now facing a scenario where we are, while there is a ceasefire in place, we continue to see a lot of drones being launched across the line of control and the international border. We've seen that even after the ceasefire was signed. There's this grey zone of warfare which may be taking place. It's not full-fledged fighting, but it's not a normal peace either. This has a severe impact, for example, on air travel. Yesterday, flights which were headed to Amritsar actually had to come back. And diplomats have been told, however, about that reality, but also what India says is very clear. And we reported this day before yesterday. As far as India is concerned, the new normal is if there are terror attacks, if there are threats on the sovereignty, the territorial integrity of our country in any way, India will hit back. So this is a direct message from India. India is more offensive in our foreign policy posture, in our military posture as well. And I think these 70 defense attaches have been briefed not only on the Pakistani attempts on India, but indeed on some of the strikes which we carried out and the objectives over there, with the broader message being this, that look, if there are drone elements which keep coming in, if there are ceasefire violations, India retains the right to strike right back. Op Sindoor, remember, has not stopped, not at all.
Operation Sindoor is India's new normal. This is what Prime Minister Modi also said just a while back as he was interacting with the IAF heroes, and his address came a while back when he said that this is the new normal in India. And we understand this tweet now put out by the integrated defense staff clearly saying that we've briefed the foreign service attaches of 70 nations on the successful conduct of Operation Sindoor that has now set new normals in India and Pakistan relations. It highlights India's demonstrated strength and national resolve through military superiority in the new age warfare. All right, this is a big breaking news now coming in at the moment. We're learning now that the army now has briefed diplomats from 70 countries on Operation Sindoor, and a clear message that has been given out here is that to the world as well, that Operation Sindoor is the new normal in India-Pakistan relation. If Pakistan resorts to any sort of mischievous activity in the future also, we will be ready to give a befitting reply to Pakistan. All right, shifting our focus now, we are learning now 3 terrorists have been gunned down in an encounter with security forces in Jammu Kashmir, Shopian. Well, there is information that there could be one more terrorist hiding in the area. The names of terrorists have also been revealed. Amir Bashir Shahid, Adnan Shafidar, who are killed. They are all believed to be locals in Jammu Kashmir. All right, my colleague is also now joining us on the broadcast. He is getting us more about the operations on the ground there. All locals, we understand, Nazir. This is what we are given to understand. Amir Bashir, Shahid Kutte, Adnan Shafidar. These are the names that have come out of the terrorists who've been gunned down in this operation. Is the operation still on?
Yeah, operation is on, but encounter is over. And all the 3 who have been killed are locals. And we could see in the weapon recovery, among them was 2 AK rifles, grenades, etc. So it is an operation. After a long time, they have killed 3 militants in Kashmir Valley, but they are all local. The actual challenge who are posing are foreign terrorists, Pakistanis, who are well trained in jungle warfare. Like these 3, they have not gone across the border to get arms training. So these are ragtag, essentially, if we call them. So they are not trained enough to, and what the bigger challenge, for example, those terrorists who are behind Pahalgam massacre. They're Pakistani terrorists. They're well trained in jungle warfare, and they have been involved in the previous attacks also on the army, in particularly in Jammu region, also in Gulmarg. Also, so that while this is an operation which has been completed, there was initially it was thought 2 of them may be foreigners or Pakistani terrorists, but they appear to be local recruits who have joined militancy over the last 1 year or so, or 2 years. So That is that. But reportedly, they have been involved in recent killings. At least one of them, killings of innocent people here, attack on one BJ Sarpanch also, and other activities, terror activities in the area. So their killing in itself is seen as a major operation by the security forces in Shopian today. But real challenge for the security forces remain how to deal with Pakistani terrorists who are involved and well trained in jungle warfare. For example, those 3 terrorists who are behind killing and massacre of innocent civilian tourists in Pahalgam 3 weeks ago on April 22nd.
It's very significant because in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, this is being seen, and also at a time when India had given a loud and clear message that any kind of terror activity or terror attack on our soil will be seen as an act of war. Well, the timing of the encounter, as we've been saying, Nazir, is quite important to look at. Well, repeated warnings have been given to Pakistan and those operating from the soil of Pakistan, these terrorists who are very well believed to be trained and, given shield from the masterminds who are staying in Pakistan. But despite that, such activities continue to happen. All right, Nazir, I'll come back to you. We are learning now. This is the information that's coming in at the moment. We'll just come back to you. We have some important information also that's coming in. About the satellite imagery also, we've shown how the pictures that have been accessed by NDTV, the before and after pictures, the new pictures also that have now come out, show the brunt or the aftermath of Operation Sindoor that was carried out against Pakistan. And also we understand now the army also has briefed the diplomats on Operation Sindoor, giving out a very loud and clear message to the world that we are prepared, we are ready, and this is Operation Sindoor is the new normal, reiterating what Prime Minister Modi had said essentially. All right, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor also now has spoken to NDTV and he's lauded the Prime Minister's efforts, saying that India handled the situation quite well and he's given full marks to Operation Sindoor. Listen in to this exclusive conversation.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaging with the nation through his address to the nation. Do you think it was needed?
Yeah.
And particularly at a time when there's a lot of misinformation and also some kind of narrative setting which is happening by the Pakistanis and the Western media?
I think certainly it's always needed. I think it's a duty of a Prime Minister to speak to his people from time to time. He does this monthly broadcast on Mann Ki Baat, but that's not really topical, urgent, critical stuff. It's more reflective in general. I think that actually coming on television, looking the nation square in the eye and talking about the big issues on the top of their minds is always important. Whether it was COVID, whether it's war, we needed him to do that, so I'm glad he did it. The question of the narrative, I don't think that he particularly addressed the other people's narrative at all. He talked about what we were trying to do, what we believe we've accomplished, and how determined we are in the future. That message is good. I don't think there was anything terribly new or surprising. Certainly people like us who've been following Indian policy have been saying more or less all of this. I was very pleased to see one of my lines that caught the attention of his speechwriters because he used it. When I said that the Prime Minister had said this is not an era of war, and I had added in my Indian Express article 2 weeks ago, but it is not an era of terrorism either. That line made it to the PM's speech, so I felt chuffed about that. I mean, that's also a right message, right? But anyway, to cut a long story short, I will say that the PM should do this. He should do it every time there's a moment of crisis. But as far as the global narrative is concerned, there are people below his level who should be doing it. The global narrative is shaped by various factors. It is shaped by the interests and the self-interests of governments and by the interests and the proclivities of the media organizations. And if it so happens that there are some media organizations that have a habit of inviting a lot more Pakistani guests than they invite ours, you will get a particular point of view. And at the same time, if there are media organizations that are willing to give us the time and space to be heard, we should leap onto those, because we cannot entirely rely on the fact that we've issued the right statements from here. Are people hearing them in their own countries, in their own languages, in their own TV stations? These are important issues.
And do you think, Dr. Tharoor, that the way
Prime Minister and his government handled this entire crisis, including the communication. I will not call narrative, which is increasingly becoming a much contested word, including the communication to the larger world and people, Indian people. That was largely in the right direction.
Look, I think that the overall crisis was handled extremely well. I have gone on record as saying that I thought Operation Sindoor, from the naming to the presentation to the conduct, everything I gave full marks to. I mean, I really like the fact that we hit the terrorist bases. We did so at night when there were very few civilians likely to be wandering about, so no collateral damage. We were very precise in our targeting. I'm told we hit a specific building inside the LET compound. I like that. I thought that sending the message that, look, in Kargil, we never even crossed the LOC, even though it cost us lives. In Uri, we crossed the LOC. In Balakot, we crossed the international border. And today, after Pahalgam, we are now hitting you in your heartland. So be prepared that we are not prepared to take any more of this. The more you do, the more consequences you're going to face. I think all that messaging was very clear, and the Pakistanis have got the message. Did the world community get the message? Not unchallenged, because the Pakistanis were going around telling everybody, oh my gosh, the Indians are a rogue state. We did nothing. They were attacking us without any provocation. And when we say, but look at this Pahalgam, they say, we didn't do Pahalgam. Where is the evidence? And indeed, many foreign interviewers are badgering us to say, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence? To which all we could say is, where was the evidence that Osama bin Laden was there until they found him? You know, where was the evidence that they had done 26/11 until Qasab was captured alive? The problem is denial is the Pakistani modus operandi. So I have no doubt that a meticulously planned operation like this came out of a sophisticated military headquarters. It's not some random, crazy doing something. But I believe that though we have paused this operation now, and this pause will last long, I believe that we still have to go after the individuals who perpetrated Pahalgam. We seem to have identified 3 of the 4 of them by name. We have to go after them and get them. And that, whatever it takes, however long it takes, is something that is indispensable for India's self-respect to achieve.
All right, now, even as India-Pakistan tensions have de-escalated following the ceasefire agreement, politics over Operation Sindoor has now begun. The opposition parties, led by the Congress party here, is demanding a special parliamentary session over Operation Sindoor, and the Congress party also asking for clarity on US claims of having mediated the ceasefire. Meanwhile, the Congress party also put up posters of late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi lauding her role in the 1971 India-Pakistan war.
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है। मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए। अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है, जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं। 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए, अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा, मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी है, जहाँ से कोई विशेष सत्र पार्लियामेंट का, हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है, इस बारे में डेप्थ डिस्कशन, सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में देना मुश्किल होता है। मगर इसमें कुछ बातें ऐसी होती है कि वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखने की आवश्यकता होती है नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए। इसीलिए हमने कहा कि ठीक है, सेशन बुलाना हो तो बुलाइए, मगर सेशन से ज़्यादा लाभ हम आपस में बैठेंगे तो होगा।
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They are talking about how, there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not. This is not time for that. For the poster for Indira Gandhi. So some questions rise because we put the poster, why the POK came after the war, why we are not acquire the POK. What about the in Bombay incident? Our more than 300 people dead in the Bombay incident. Why there is no action? Modi taking immediate action. So this question will be raised, many questions regarding that Indira Gandhi period and Sindhu water dispute. Why that continuing same thing? After Modi, it stopped now. So all the questions are with the Congress also. But this is the not time. This is the not time. We have only time is support to our armed force.
Well, BJP also now has launched an 11-day-long Tiranga Yatra after Operation Sindoor. We understand the Tiranga Yatra has been started in the national capital, and Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has also been a part of the BJP's Tiranga Yatra. Those visuals on your TV screens there. My colleague Ishika also now joining us on the broadcast here. What message does this Tiranga Yatra send out, Ishika? Ishika, if you're able to hear me, we have visuals coming in of this Tiranga Yatra being taken out by the BJP here in front of the India Gate. We have these people, we believe are BJP workers, holding the Indian national flag in their hands and waving it as they march towards the India Gate. My colleague Ishika joins us back on the broadcast. Ishika, what message does this Tiranga Yatra essentially send out?
Now you can see the visuals we are currently showing you. This is the sea of supporters that have gathered on the India Gate, on the Kartavya Path, and are working in solidarity with the armed forces. That in fact, this yatra has been organized by the Delhi government, but the ministers continue to say that this is, just the citizens who have come suo moto to support the armed forces. You can see the kind of a crowd that has gathered here, sloganeering for our Indian Armed Forces, Tiranga flying high across here. As far as the visual goes, we'll go across here, to the ministers also. To the ministers also, as we continue to speak to them. We can see all the Delhi government ministers are in fact present here, in solidarity. We'll try to go across to them one by one, but certainly because of the huge crowd, you can see that we are not able to reach them as of yet. But this is in fact the work, they say, that has been done in solidarity of the armed forces, and certainly also taking a dig at the opposition, that is the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that whenever there is a chance to stand for the Indian Armed Forces, for the government, the opposition, you'll not see them anywhere in the picture. So certainly this picture speaks 1,000 words as we are moving to the last point, that is the war memorial. And, certainly going on to say that the Operation Sindoor is on, and the Delhi will continue to stand in support of the Indian government and the Indian Armed Forces. Over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ishika, for getting us all those details there. Those visuals coming in from central Delhi, India Gate, where this Tiranga Yatra is being carried out, organized by the BJP here, expressing their support to the armed forces. All right, with that, it's time for a quick break. Yeah, more news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story,
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We are sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India
getting it right
tunes
mostly
in
in
to
terms of the information
NDTV.
we put on air.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
For
not only
fast,
reporting what's
clear
happening
and
authentically,
credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off in the sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound like
first.
blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV. First, fast, factual.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India.
इस स्थिति में कोई बदलाव नहीं हुआ है। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, लंबित मामला केवल पाकिस्तान द्वारा अवैध रूप से कब्जा किए गए भारतीय क्षेत्र को खाली करने का है। Siddhant, you had another question regarding ceasefire and what sort of role other countries played, etc. See, the specific date, time and wording of the understanding was worked out between the DGMOs of the two countries at their phone call on 10th May 2025. Between the DGMOs of the two countries at their phone call on 10th May 2025, commencing at 15:35 hours. The Foreign Secretary had made a statement in this regard, as you would be aware. The request for this call was received by MEA from the Pakistani High Commission at 12:37 hours. The Pakistani side had initial difficulties connecting the hotline due to connecting to the Indian side due to technical difficulties. The timing was then decided based on the availability of the Indian DGMO at 15:35 hours. You will of course appreciate that early on 10th morning, we had mounted an extremely effective attack on key Pakistani Air Force bases. That was the reason they were now willing to stop firing and military action. Let me be clear, it was the force of Indian arms that compelled Pakistan to stop its firing. As regards conversations with other nations, the message from India was clear and consistent, and exactly the same message that we were conveying. Conversations with other nations, the message from India was clear and consistent, and exactly the same message that we were conveying from public platforms was the one conveyed in private conversations. It was that India was responding to the 22nd April terrorist attack by targeting the terrorist infrastructure. However, if the Pakistani armed forces fire, Indian armed forces will fire back. If Pakistan stops, India will also stop. This was also the message that was conveyed to the Pakistani side at the time of the commencement of Operation Sindoor, which was not heeded to by the Pakistani side at that time. It is natural that many foreign leaders who heard this from us would have shared it with their Pakistani interlocutors. Jessica, you had a question on IWT. The other day you saw that after the CCS decision, this Indus Water Treaty has been put in abeyance. I would also like to take you back a little. The IWT, the Indus Water Treaty, was concluded in the spirit of goodwill and friendship as specified in the preamble of the treaty. However, Pakistan has held these principles in abeyance by its promotion of cross-border terrorism for several decades now. Now, as per CCS decision that I referred to of 23rd April, India will keep the treaty in abeyance until Pakistan credibly and irrevocably abjures its support for cross-border terrorism. Please also note that climate change, demographic shifts, and technological changes have created new realities on ground as well. Kandanmi had a question regarding trade matters. From the time of Operation Sindoor, commenced on 7th May, till the understanding on cessation of firing and military action on 10th May, there were conversations between Indian and US leaders on the evolving military situation. The issue of trade did not come up in any of these discussions. Siddhant, you had a question on the latest statement issued by the Pakistan Foreign Office. We have seen the statement made by the Pakistani side that a nation which has nurtured terrorism on an industrial scale should think that it can escape the consequences is fooling itself. The terrorist infrastructure sites that India destroyed were responsible not only for the deaths of Indians, but of many other innocents around the world. There is now a new normal. The sooner Pakistan gets it, the better it is. Shall we take more questions? Aditya?
Mr. Jaiswal, I have two quick questions. One, that some of the Indian diplomats who have given interviews abroad have said that India has electronic intercepts and gathered intelligence linking to Pahalgam attackers to the handlers, and they have been planning more attacks. So have you given any kind of this evidence to the foreign attaches and diplomats that were briefed today, and in the context of ambassadors also that were briefed earlier? And yeah, that's about it.
Megha?
Good evening, sir. Megha from NewsAx. My question is that India, it's being reported, is going to be sending a team to the UNSC 1267 Sanctions Committee. The meeting is going to be held later in the week, and the purpose for it is to declare the TRF as a globally designated terrorist organization. If you could shed more light into this.
Okay. Rishabh.
Spokesperson, good evening. Rishabh from Times. Now, I have just two questions here. Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has given an interview to CNN, and where he has claimed success and suggested that India was keen to have the ceasefire. Your comments on that? Also, there are a lot of buzz on social media as well as in various international media about nuclear leakage in Pakistan. Can you shed some light on that as well?
Manas.
This is Manas from PTI. US President Donald Trump, again, he claimed yesterday that he stopped a nuclear conflict between India and Pakistan. And, he stopped escalation and saved millions of lives through, by reaching out to both capitals. He even said that, in fact, he pressured India and Pakistan to just come forward for the cessation of hostilities, saying that if you don't do, then I will stop trade with both the countries. So can you please clarify whether he just reached out to us and asked us to stop? You have been maintaining that, in fact, the resolution was arrived at by the two DCMOs, but have you just protested at the US side for making these claims, which we consider are baseless?
Okay, let me take these questions. First, Aditya, your question. We have had several rounds of briefings, and in these briefings, we have also shared with you the kind of linkage we see between the perpetrators of the attack of Pahalgam, in particular, the Resistance Front. Foreign Secretary in his statement also made very clear the kind of evidence that we see. And investigation is going on in this particular matter. You would have seen that TRF had taken responsibility, and then second time again, second day, twice they had taken responsibility, and thereafter, possibly at the behest of their handlers, they rolled it back. But TRF is one organization which is a front of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and you would understand and perhaps be in the knowledge of it that we have been pursuing listing of TRF in the United Nations, by the United Nations Security Council, by the Sanctions Committee, UNSC 1267 Sanctions Committee. I'm not privy to what was shared 2 hours back, but for sure we'll update you on as to how the investigation progresses in this matter. Mega on UNSC 1267 Sanctions Committee. Yes, over the last 2 years or so, 23, 24, we have been sharing information with the United Nations Security Council, the monitoring team of the Sanctions Committee, as to why the terrorist TRF, which is the front for Lashkar-e-Taiba, should be listed as a terrorist entity. We will be also, in few days' time, we will be sharing more details in this regard, and hopefully Security Council 1267 monitoring team will take strong note of what we present, what we file, and take due action against that is required. Rishabh, on your question regarding the interview that the Pak Foreign Minister gave. In the last week, as a result of Operation Sindoor, Pakistan has seen its terror centers in Bahawalpur, Murudke, Muzaffarabad, and other places destroyed. You have been informed of it in several of the briefings that we've had. Thereafter, its military capabilities were significantly degraded by us, and key air bases effectively put out of action. If the Pakistani FM wishes to project these as achievement, obviously he is welcome to do so. Where India is concerned, our stand was very clear and consistent from the start. We would target terrorist infrastructure operating out of Pakistan. If the Pakistani military stayed out, there would be no problem. If they fired on us, we would respond suitably. Till the night of 9th May, Pakistan was threatening India with a massive assault. Once their attempt failed on 10th May morning, and they received a devastating Indian counter-response, their tune changed. And their DGMO eventually reached out to us. I just referred to the timings, etc., as to when they reached out. In essence, India's position remained the same. Pakistan's position changed on 10th May morning after its air bases were effectively put out of action. All you have to do is to look at who called who to negotiate the terms of the cessation of firing. By the way, we are living in a day and age where you have satellite pictures available commercially. I urge you to look at the satellite pictures of the sites which Pakistan says or claims to have attacked in India. Contrast it with the sites and places which we successfully targeted and destroyed. That will give you a clear answer. Claiming victory is an old habit. 1975 की बात यही थी, 71 की बात यही रही, 1999 करगिल बॉल में भी यही राग आलापा, तो पाकिस्तान का तो पुराना.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Modi has put out on X a post saying interacted with the air warriors and soldiers of Air Force Station Adampur. Their courage, professionalism in protecting our nation are commendable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its
Very good evening and welcome to Nationwide, your one-stop destination, ladies and gentlemen, here on NDTV for all the top stories across the country. right now packed in this action-packed hour, which I'm going to bring to you. Let's very quickly start with the headlines at top of 6 on Nationwide. Ministry of External Affairs makes it clear that Pakistan asked for ceasefire. MEA says received DGMO request from Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi addresses Air Force heroes at Adampur Station. Prime Minister says, "You have created history. No place in Pakistan is now safe for terrorists." Indian Army briefs diplomats on Operation Sindoor. Diplomats from 70 countries briefed by the Indian Armed Forces. Diplomats told about the new policy of India on terror. Three terrorists killed in Shopian encounter. Forces engaged in gunfight with terrorists. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor reacts to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's speech, says duty of Prime Minister to speak crucial at the time of the misinformation which is floating around. Donald Trump arrives in Saudi Arabia, meets Mohammed bin Salman. Trump offers to join Russia-Ukraine peace talks in Turkey. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address to the nation yesterday at 8 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, today it was a surprise visit. We woke up to the pictures. All right, not these pictures. These are from Saudi Arabia. We'll just turn this around and we'll play the pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who reached the Adampur Air Force Base, the station in Punjab. Now, it was a very crucial, symbolic visit of the Prime Minister, a very strong messaging as well. And let's just hold on to this for a second. Let me just, in fact, elaborate further. Remember, this is the same Adampur Air Force Base, ladies and gentlemen, which the Pakistani propaganda had time and again come out and said has been hit hard by Pakistan. And, you know, the Prime Minister took it upon himself to fact-check Pakistan, and that's what I'm beginning nationwide this evening with. Now, let me tell you how Prime Minister, one by one, laid threadbare the propaganda and the lies spread by Pakistan on their abilities to hit out in India. Number one, Pakistan said that the lie number one from Pakistan was that the Adampur Airbase has been hit. Runway has been completely, shattered. It won't be operational at all. Let me play out those visuals where the Prime Minister landing on the very same runway. This is the runway that the Prime Minister landed on, and it tells you how operational the runway is. Those fictitious claims of Pakistan having the ability to hit Adampur have completely been busted. Lie number two, which Pakistan propagated, was that the S-400 missile system has been hit in Adampur Air Force Station. There was an elaborate press conference with some dubious satellite image that Pakistan used. Look at this, Prime Minister, and this is a symbolic picture in that sense, standing right in front of the S-400 air defense system. It tells you, that not only the systems are intact, but how Pakistan tries to, in fact, throw this kind of propaganda towards, to try and muddy the waters. Lie number three, which was fact-checked by Prime Minister himself. Pakistani missiles destroyed aircrafts on the Adampur Air Base. Look at that, these aircrafts which are standing right behind the Prime Minister while he was speaking. One more picture of the aircrafts all intact on the runway as far as Adampur is concerned. So absolutely no water in these lies propagated by Pakistan. Another lie which was busted by the Prime Minister, lie number 4 of Pakistan, 60 airmen were killed in Adampur. This is not the images that you will see of our absolutely overcharged airmen if they would have lost their comrades in battle. Prime Minister Modi with the airmen surrounding him, and the loud shout of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, I'm sure, was heard in Pakistan as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while in his own way the Prime Minister chose to bust these lies, it's also a challenge which has been thrown at Shehbaz Sharif and Asif Munir, the Pakistani army chief, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif. If you think India was not able to hit you, we would love a picture, a stroll on the runway of the Rahim Yar Khan airport or the airbase of the Pakistani army, which is not very far away from where Shehbaz Sharif and Asif Munir lives. Why don't we see some pictures of you strolling there? They won't be able to do it because it has been proven beyond any doubt how India hit 11 different air bases and air systems of Pakistan in its counter-retaliation. Shiv Arur, my colleague, joins me at this moment for more on this. Shiv, it's Prime Minister busting Pakistan's propaganda so casually, walking into Adampur Airbase and, of course, speaking to the airmen. A very strong message being sent there, and possibly an open challenge to the Pakistanis to do the same.
Incredible, that list of misinformation that has been busted that you just read out for our viewers, Ankit, and nothing really smashes narrative, nothing really smashes misinformation, does it, like doing it in the flesh. Pakistan has spent so much time in a fantasy world, imagining, a fictitious Adampur going up in flames, radar sites busted, S-400 destroyed, aircraft burning on the ground, 60 personnel killed, runway out of circulation, base completely reduced to rubble and won't be repaired for more than a year. And then you have these shining pictures of Narendra Modi at the base itself. This sort of writes itself. And I think Pakistan kind of walked into this one. They probably didn't realize, under all the chaos of combat, they probably didn't realize that, a lie can only go so far. Ultimately, it can be disproven by the reality. And I think that's the reason why Prime Minister Modi must have personally chosen to go to Adampur, Ankit, for those two reasons. A, Adampur, as he said in his speech, is front and center in Operation Sindoor. The aircraft, the missiles, the radar controllers, they're all part of Operation Sindoor. And I'm tempted to believe that those aircraft that were behind the Prime Minister probably even fired some of the missiles that landed in Pakistan over the last 5 to 6 days. But beyond that, I think the message that goes out is that Pakistan has been fixated with trying to sell its domestic population, something that is wholly untrue, wholly fictitious. And the Prime Minister, upfront, first-hand, life-size, was able to bust that myth. That's exactly what he did in Adampur today.
Sure. Let me ask you, one, of course, like you've also been speaking about, and we have put out how the Pakistan lies have been busted, but there was also a message in that speech. We have seen how in the time of crisis, or at least warlike situations, or even in war, right from Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru to Indira Gandhi, also Lal Bahadur Shastri, all those images of them talking to soldiers in the front line, the Prime Minister doing the same, boost the morale of not only the soldiers, those who are in uniform, putting their lives on the line, but also message sent to the people of this country, you are safe.
Very, very true, Ankit, and I'm glad you said it, and you're right. A leader after leader has always recognized the power of that image. Indira Gandhi definitely did. Nehru did. Prime Minister Modi, I know, personally loves spending time with the armed forces as well, which is why he, does it on Diwali and New Year and on other occasions as well. But you're right. I completely agree with you. There are messages going to basically 4 entities right now. The principal entity is, of course, Pakistan. We've discussed that. The message to them is very clear, that the Modi doctrine, which is to say that, terror and terror sponsors, which is the Pakistan military, will not be distinguished. The nuclear umbrella is a thing of the past. And whenever a terror attack happens, India will respond. There's no question of not responding, letting things blow over. That's the Modi doctrine, except that it is not something that's on paper. Operation Sindoor, in which Adampur participated, literally executed that doctrine just 4 days ago. So that's point number one. The message is to Pakistan. The second message is to the armed forces in general, saying the Prime Minister is there, Prime Minister stands behind them, and the Prime Minister will do whatever it takes to keep them completely war ready. Number three, very importantly, it is to the families of our Fauji's, Ankit, the families of our armed forces, air warriors, sailors and Jawans, telling them that the Prime Minister stands behind those on the front lines, risking their lives in the line of fire. And finally, of course, the fourth message is to the international community, which says that India may be a chaotic, vibrant democracy where people tend to disagree with each other, but nothing unites us like a common enemy, and nothing unites us like it is when we are war ready and prepared to destroy our neighbor.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. No matter what our differences are, nothing brings the country together if there is a crisis or we are facing an enemy like Pakistan. Thank you so much, Shiv, for joining us with all those details. Like Shiv was telling us, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister today, and he was at the Adampur Airbase, he also interacted with the soldiers, the Indian Air Force men and women, giving them credit for a job well done. And a very strong message was once again, it resonated from the Adampur airfield towards Pakistan, that a new doctrine of engagement has now come in force in India.
हमारी सेना को नुकसान करने की थी तैयारी, हमने उनसे सीने पर चढ़ कर दिखा दिया कि हमारे वीरों की कैसी है तैयारी।
भारत माता की जय मैदान में भी गूंजती है और मिशन में भी। जब भारत के सैनिक मां भारती की जय बोलते हैं तो दुश्मन के कलेजे कांप जाते हैं। जब हमारी फौजें न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की धमकी की हवा निकाल देती है तो आकाश से पाताल तक एक ही बात गूंजती है, भारत माता की जय। मैं वीरों की इस धरती से आज एयरफोर्स, नेवी और आर्मी के सभी जाबाजों, बीएसएफ के अपने शूरवीरों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कोई सामान्य सैन्य अभियान नहीं, ये भारत की नीति, नियत और निर्णायक क्षमता की त्रिवेणी है। भारत की ओर नजर उठाने का एक ही अंजाम होगा, तबाही। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे। ये नया भारत है। ये भारत शांति चाहता है, लेकिन अगर मानवता पर हमला होता है तो ये भारत युद्ध के मोर्चे पर दुश्मन को मिट्टी में मिलाना भी अच्छी तरह जानता है।
आपके आए सर, हमारा मोरल बहुत हाई है। सभी साधनों का भी एक बार इस्तेमाल हो गया आपको लगता था सीख तो रहे, पता नहीं कब काम आए। ये जो काम हुआ और जम्मू कश्मीर का किसी ने नहीं किया, उसके लिए हम आभारी हैं सब। इस दिन में यहाँ के सेनाओं में, यहाँ के जवानों में दिन रात कटा से रह करके दुश्मनों से लड़ने का जज्बा जो भरपूर है, ये हर कदम पे आपका सांस नहीं पाने वाला वायुसेना स्टेशन आदमपुर। शाबाश।
आग लगा दूंगा कलम से दुश्मनों सावधान,
एक परमाणु बम से कम नहीं भारत का नौजवान।
जब से आपका नेतृत्व शुरू हुआ तब से हम अरे आपके नेतृत्व आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी।
All right, that was the Prime Minister, in fact, speaking, and sending out a very, very clear message, loud and clear to Pakistan that the doctrine has changed. He also, as we showed you, the interaction with the air warrior, the men and women, and, not only sending out a message, also encouraging them, thanking them for a job very well done. Let me, at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, just to try and understand the bigger messaging, we'll also be joined by my colleague Vasudha in a short while from now to try and decode the political messaging of the Prime Minister's speech. But more than that, there is very important strategic message that the Prime Minister has sent of how India has completely redrawn the rules of engagement with Pakistan. To try and understand that, I'm being joined by Major General Sanjay Soy, who is joining us at this moment. Sir, thank you for speaking to us. Let me start by asking you, what do you make of the two speeches that have been given by the Prime Minister yesterday at 8 p.m. and today, of course, at the Adampur Airbase? How does this, in fact, what is the message that he has sent across not only to Pakistan, but the international community as well, sir?
In fact, Ankit, thank you so much. But before I say that, I would like to add these visuals. I wanted to say something on the visuals which you are showing. I mean, you see, since Prime Minister Modi has taken over, where has he spent his Diwali? He has always spent his Diwali with troops. Where after Galwan, he went to hospitals. And this moment, when the Pakistan misinformation campaign was there of attacks in Adampur, our Prime Minister is there right in the forefront. It's something like leading from the front and with the troops, like this visual where he's putting his hand on the shoulder of a soldier or talking to them casually. I mean, this will be etched with them for the life. That 140 crore people are with them. They are supporting them. And when they are working 24/7, the whole country is praying for them. They are congratulating them for the professional way in which they have done it. And now basically the strategy which you had said. In fact, India has done such wonderful, we have done it in such a professional manner, whether it was the attack on terrorist camp, where there was no collateral damage even to any army bases or any civilian area, or after that, our repulsing, making futile all the attempts of attack by Pakistan by our layered, professionally laid out air defense system. And a reply to that is that hitting them deep inside with the airfields, which they thought were highly protected, the best protected airfield, we were able to penetrate and attack with their missiles and drones. So this has really shattered Pakistan, and that is why they came running for the ceasefire. In fact, they went to US and then they spoke to our DGMO.
Yes.
And this has sent a message to the world that of the fake information campaign by the Pakistan. This sent a message to our country that Prime Minister is with the troops and he's right in the forefront.
How important, sir? Let me ask you this. How important, sir? Because we have we have seen these kind of images in the past as well of prime ministers, of Raksha Mantris at a time of crisis on the front, sometimes speaking to the troops. How important is it as a soldier yourself who served in the army for such a long time, in the time of crisis when you are facing the brunt of the enemy or undertaking such operations, how important is it for the political leadership to give out this signaling that they are standing and firmly, behind the armed forces?
Very important. When the soldiers are there, they're under a lot of stress. They are working 24/7 and they're alert and they are facing a lot of fire, missile attacks, and they're foiling them. All those kind of things. Under these circumstances, when the leader of the country, who is representing, at present Prime Minister Modi is representing 140 crore people, when he comes and meets them and talks to them, offers them sweets, keeps his hand on somebody's shoulder, talks to them casually, and asks them about the morale, it has a tremendous effect on their spirits, the will to fight. And yes, that is what mattered. You see, in this war, besides on the one side was the technology, like what Prime Minister Modi has also mentioned, latest technology mixed with indigenous product, as well as the hard work. The training mattered a lot, because it is saying is the more you sweat in peace, less you bleed in war.
Absolutely.
This was the training during the peacetime, which paid off. During this time, we were able to respond as well as attack effectively and in a very professional manner. Ankit.
Right. So thank you for joining us at this moment. Let me also very quickly go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, ladies and gentlemen, who is joining us at this moment. Vasudha, it's very important that, from what Prime Minister's speech yesterday and today as well, there is also a big political message as well. What do you make of what the Prime Minister said, speaking to the country, his first address after Operation Sindoor yesterday, and how he went to Adampur today and his interaction there?
Well, Ankit, according to me, the best highlight of what the Prime Minister said yesterday and today was the fact that he said that peace comes through strength and that strength comes through action. So clearly he was defending the retaliation that India responded with, and this was to the original act of escalation, and he made it very clear that any act of terror will be seen as an act of war by India. This is what happened on May 6th and 7th with the launch of Operation Sindoor and the subsequent launches of missiles and strikes with respect to Pakistani air bases. So the Prime Minister was today in Adampur Airbase, and we have seen visuals of the Prime Minister celebrating Deepavali with soldiers. So for him, nationalism and national interest has always mattered a lot. It's been part of his leadership style. It's been part of who he is. But today was specifically different because I was listening to his speech, and he clearly said that मैं आपसे मिलने आया हूँ, मैं आपके दर्शन करने आया हूँ. I've just come to see you. So that is very important, and it's also to send out a message to the families of all these armed personnel who have been sacrificing a great deal for our country, that the Prime Minister is there watching out for their safety, and that I think was a big message. Of course, he also said that India will not see any distinction between the sponsors of terror, the state sponsors of terror, and of course the terrorists, and that I think is very important because it also marks a shift in India's position that it is attacking only terror bases and not really any other thing, because India has also attacked military establishments of Pakistan in the last 3 days before the ceasefire was announced, and this also marks the shift in India's strategic policy that Operation Sindoor will be the new normal, and like the Prime Minister has said, that Pakistan will have to get used to it.
A new doctrine has been, in fact, as we've been saying about it again and again, a new doctrine has been imposed as far as India-Pakistan engagement is concerned. So thank you for joining us with all those details at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have, on one hand, the propaganda of Pakistan, and on the other hand, the clearest satellite imagery released so far of Operation Sindoor against Pakistan. The Indian strikes on Pakistani air bases, which show the extent of the damage caused by relentless Indian precision strikes. These images that you are seeing, in fact, include the air bases in Suku, the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Rahim Yar Khan Air Base in South Punjab, and many others. My colleague Vishnu Shom has more details. All right, well, let's first start looking at the map, and then we bring in the images. I'm just pointing out all of the air bases which we are looking at. Noor Khan right next to Islamabad itself, Sargodha, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur, Jacobabad and Bholari over here. But let's bring up the first set of images which we have of Jacobabad. And what we are doing is showing you this particular area. We marked it out. This is a before image where you can see this hangar entirely intact, the image from the 30th of April, this image from the 11th of April, which as you can see over here shows this hangar completely destroyed. But let's bring you more details, a full close-up of that image. And here you can see the hangar destroyed and debris as well. This would likely be a BrahMos or a Scalp missile which took this out. Remember, these are some of Pakistan's main air bases. Essentially, all of them have been hit. Let's move now to an image from Bholari. Again, this is a before image from the 27th of April 2025. Look at the hangar, it is intact over here. On the next image, on the 11th of May 2025, the hangar is completely destroyed. Let's move to a full frame image of this and describe the damage. And this is perhaps the most vivid image, high resolution satellite imagery that NDTV has acquired of this particular hangar. It shows that the entire part of this roof has been destroyed. There is debris on all sides. If there are aircraft inside this, and at this juncture we don't know if there were, then those would most certainly have been destroyed. This is a major strike. Let's go to Sukur at this stage. This is believed to be a UAV site. This is an image from the 3rd of May. This particular structure intact, but over here, this structure has been attacked. So the image from the 10th of May shows it being attacked. Let's bring you details of that. Let's zoom in now to the next image. This is that same structure which shows severe structural damage, possible burn and strike scars in this particular area. And then look at the vegetation over here. This is all black. This entire area is all black because there has been a substantial fire in this area and debris all across. So this has been entirely leveled. It has been completely flattened, this particular area. Let's now go to Noor Khan Air Force Base. This is one of the primary Air Force Base, April 25th, 2025. Focus on this box over here. And I'll take a look at what's happened on the 10th of May over here when you see this. Several buildings, in fact, 2 of them have been destroyed. I'll come back over here for a moment. If you see these 2 buildings over here, right? Zoom into this image over here. These 2 buildings right over here, 1 and 2. This is the before image, and they are completely gone in this after image, right? In this after image over here, they are completely destroyed. Now let's bring up the full frame image, and you'll see multiple buildings destroyed in this particular area. Let's move to a couple of runway strikes, which are the next set of images. This from the Musharraf Airbase in Sargodha. This is the before image on the 30th of April. And here India has cratered that runway. By cratering a runway, you're making it inoperational for use. The Pakistan Air Force at some stage realized that they would be grounded. They came to the ceasefire table. Let's bring you another image of this runway, which has been cratered over here. This is in Musharraf in Sargodha. But there is another very important Air Force base. That's the Rahim Yar Khan Air Force Base, which has also had a very, very precise hit. We'll come to that in a moment. But before that, one more image over here in Musharraf in this cross taxiway that you can see. So by actually getting a strike into this area, you're preventing aircraft from moving all across the Air Force Base. And finally, let's move across, as I mentioned, to the Rahim Yar Khan base. This is a before image on the 10th of May. On the same day, before the strikes took place, this is one image, and this is after the strike took place. This has been cratered, and now we've actually got video of this particular area. Let's play out that video showing the strike over there, because you get a clear idea of just how deep it is. The satellite imagery doesn't show the depth, but that is what has taken place at Rahim Yar.
All right, with that, we are slipping into a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming back. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story.
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We're sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India
right
tunes
in
it.
terms of the
NDTV.
information we put on air.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
For fast, clear and credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off in the sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound like
first.
blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV. First, fast, factual.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Some news, in fact, coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where security forces neutralized 3 terrorists in Shopian. These are the visuals of earlier when the operation started, and of course the end result that you see here, these terrorists have been neutralized. It is believed that 2 of them are also foreign terrorists. In fact, let me bring in at this moment my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who is joining us with more details on this entire operation. Nazir, this also comes at a time when, of course, the Operation Sindoor at this moment is still on. And, it has significance while we are dealing with the enemy across the border. There are still these elements within Jammu and Kashmir trying to create disturbances.
operation is on, but encounter is over. And all the 3 who have been killed are locals. And we could see in the weapon recovery, among them was 2 AK rifles, grenades, etc. So it is an operation. After a long time, they have killed 3 militants in Kashmir Valley, but they are all local. The actual challenge who are posing are foreign terrorists, Pakistanis, who are well trained in jungle warfare. Like these 3, they have not gone across the border to get arms training. So these are ragtag, essentially, if we call them. So they are not trained enough to, and what the bigger challenge, for example, those terrorists who are behind Pahalgam massacre. They're Pakistani terrorists. They're well trained in jungle warfare, and they have been involved in the previous attacks also on the army, in particularly in Jammu region, also in Gulmarg. Also, so that while this is an operation which has been completed, there was initially it was thought 2 of them may be foreigners or Pakistani terrorists, but they appear to be local recruits who have joined militancy over the last 1 year or so, or 2 years. That is that. But reportedly, they have been involved in recent killings. At least one of them, killings of innocent people here, attack on one BJ Sarpanch also. And other activities, terror activities in the area. So their killing in itself is seen as a major operation by the security forces in Shopian today. But a real challenge for the security forces remain how to deal with Pakistani terrorists who are involved and well trained in jungle warfare. For example, those 3 terrorists who are behind killing and massacre of innocent civilian tourists in Pahalgam 3 weeks ago on April 22nd.
Moving on from these operations to, like I said, as there is silence on the border, the strikes across the border have stopped, but the fireworks in the politics of the country has now begun on Operation Sindoor. Though, of course, all the rights of the opposition now to question the government, they have now demanded a special parliamentary session over Operation Sindoor. Opposition has also asked for clarity on United States' claim of having mediated the ceasefire. The Congress has put up posters of late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi as well, lauding her role for the 1971 war of India and Pakistan, somewhere insinuating that she withstood the pressure of United States. Has the government done so at this moment is the big question that the opposition is asking. Let's listen into some reactions.
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है। मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए। अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं। 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए, अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप खुद चले जाइएगा मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी है जहाँ से विशेष सत्र पार्लियामेंट का हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है, इस बारे में डेप्थ डिस्कशन सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में देना मुश्किल होता है। मगर इसमें कुछ बातें ऐसी होती है कि वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखने की आवश्यकता होती है नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए। इसीलिए हमने कहा कि ठीक है, सेशन बुलाना हो तो बुलाइए, मगर सेशन से ज़्यादा लाभ हम आपस में बैठेंगे तो होगा।
देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने 140 करोड़ आवाम को संबोधित करते हुए सीधा और कड़ा संदेश दिया है। इसमें साफ कह दिया है कि टेररिज्म पर कोई समझौता होने वाला नहीं। युद्ध स्थगित हुआ है, रुका नहीं है। जैसी भाषा में पाकिस्तान समझेगा उसको जवाब मिलेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेलिंग नहीं चलेगी।
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They are talking about how there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not
This is not time for that, for the poster, for Indira Gandhi. So, some questions rise because you put the poster, why the POK came after the war, why we are not acquire the POK? What about the Bombay incident? Our more than 300 people dead in the Bombay incident.
Meanwhile, now, Ministry of External Affairs in its press conference has clarified, or at least has tried to present some clarity as far as this whole question about whether Donald Trump mediated these talks or who approached America, whether it was India or Pakistan. The Ministry of External Affairs has also spoken about the trade deal as far as ceasefire is concerned. They have said that there has been no talks on trade with United States. Talks with the United States was only on the military situation which the country was at that moment facing.
From the time of Operation Sindoor commenced on 7th May till the understanding on cessation of firing and military action on 10th May, there were conversations between Indian and US leaders on the evolving military situation. The issue of trade did not come up in any of these discussions. Time and wording of the understanding was worked out between the DGMOs of the two countries at their phone call on 10th May 2025, commencing at 15:35 hours. The Foreign Secretary had made a statement in this regard, as you would be aware. The request for this call was received by MEA from the Pakistani High Commission at 12:37 hours. The Pakistani side had initial difficulties connecting the hotline due to connecting to the Indian side due to technical difficulties. The timing was then decided based on the availability of the Indian DGMO at 15:35 hours. You will of course appreciate that early on 10th morning, we had mounted an extremely effective attack on key Pakistani Air Force bases. That was the reason they were now willing to stop firing and military action. Let me be clear, it was the force of Indian arms that compelled Pakistan to stop its firing.
Let me bring in my colleague Sunil Prabhu to try and understand, the murmurs that we are hearing. Sunil, opposition has all the right to know exactly what had happened, and that's what they are trying to, in fact, put through the message at this moment after supporting the government in its endeavors. What are you picking up on this demand? Because there are also these divisions that we are seeing on the whole demand of a special parliamentary session in the opposition camp.
That's right. As you rightly pointed out, Sharad Pawar himself saying that this can be, because it's sensitive in nature, and he's been the defense minister, so you understand the implications of this. It can be on, a one-to-one basis with a select group of opposition leaders and not necessarily to discuss in parliament. As you're well aware, even in the wake of the Indo-China fracas that took place in Ladakh, we haven't had a single discussion in parliament, despite the fact that Nehru in 1961 did have a discussion during the time when there was, a war that was taking place. Be that as it may, I think everybody wants greater accountability, greater transparency. The question of internationalizing Kashmir, as has been alleged by President Trump, who's talking about trade and various other aspects and claiming credit for brokering this ceasefire, are some things which are a huge concern, not only to the opposition party, but to all Indians in particular. And it's in that backdrop, even though the Ministry of External Affairs, as well as the government, is trying to give that narrative, it would be in the fitness of things that everybody is taken into confidence, be it Parliament, despite the differences within the opposition. As I said, not only Sharad Pawar, the other political parties who are not clear about whether, a special session will help them or not. But the Congress is determined on that. Okay. And we'll wait and see how things play out in the next few days, and if not months, in the run-up to the BR elections.
Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. As I said, the things may be quiet at the LOC, but the fireworks in the polity of this country has already begun. With that, we are slipping into a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming back with much more. There are other stories from across the country which need your attention. We'll be bringing them to you after a short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've been speaking about India and Pakistan and the fallout of this entire skirmish that took place in the last few days. But remember, sitting in Delhi or anywhere else in the country, while you talk about this and you are cheering or not, for what is happening on the borders, there are people, those who are right on the line of control in the international border, apart from the soldiers, those who bear the maximum burden of such skirmishes. What is the life on the border in Punjab after the ceasefire? My colleague Gurpreet with this report.
NDTV team has been traveling from district Firozpur to Fazilka and then Muxar, and finally it has come to Moga. We are showing all these pictures that how the life has already turned back to normal. We can see the whole market is open at this point of time. The people are doing their routine work, and we have some of our residents from Moga. We will talk to them to understand what is the real situation here. First of all, we will talk to this little kid who has just joined the school after 4 days leave. We will talk to her. What is your name?
My name is Peher Kargil.
In which class do you read?
I study in 2nd grade.
After how many days you have gone to school?
After 4 days I have gone to school.
And did you enjoy your school today?
Yes, I enjoyed it very much.
And did you get scared when there was war-like situation between India and Pakistan?
Yes, I got scared when the blackout practice was going to happen.
Okay, well, we can see this girl who was saying, no, everything is normal and peaceful in your school, in your house, in the market.
Yes, it is very peaceful.
So, well, we can see, and here everything is very peaceful, and we will talk to another person who also from Moga. तो मोगा में बिल्कुल पीसफुल हो चुका है. पहले ब्लैकआउट भी हुआ, काफ़ी टेंस सिचुएशन भी रही यहाँ पे.
हाँ जी, अब बिल्कुल पीस है. आगे वॉर लाइक सिचुएशन के लिए ब्लैकआउट के पहले वो था, अब बिल्कुल शांति है.
तो पहले लोगों की स्ट्रेस थी, लोग यहाँ से बाहर जा रहे थे, कहीं ना कहीं लोगों को अपना बेस शिफ्ट कर रहे, लेकिन अब बिल्कुल कोई एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ ब्लैकआउट नहीं है, कोई बाहर निकलने की कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है।
नहीं, अभी बिल्कुल ठीक है। पहले तो ब्लैकआउट करके ये लाइटें भी बंद करवा रहा था एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, पर अब बिल्कुल कोई सकता ही नहीं, बिल्कुल ओके है, शांति है।
तो बिल्कुल लाइफ इज़ वेरी नॉर्मल हेयर, सो वी हैव मोर पीपल। तो अभी बिल्कुल लाइफ है, क्योंकि देख रहे हैं मार्केट खुली हुई है, नॉर्मल लोग अपना रूटीन में काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि पहले काफ़ी स्ट्रेसफुल दिन रहे हैं। कब जब जहाँ पे सिचुएशन थोड़ी सी इंडिया और पाकिस्तान में वॉर लाइक हुई थी, तब लोगों को कई रिस्ट्रिक्शन।
हाँ जी सर, अब सब कुछ ठीक है, नॉर्मल है।
तो आप अपना काम कर रहे हैं रूटीन में?
हाँ जी, रूटीन में हो रहा है।
कोई बाहर जाने की, कोई एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ ब्लैकआउट या रात को लाइटें बंद करने की कोई ऐसी इंस्ट्रक्शन तो नहीं है?
नहीं सर, अब तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है।
तो आप भी so well we can see these are the residents of Moga who have already explained that everything is normal and peaceful here in the city, and administration has not imposed any restriction on the resident whether they are going out of their houses, whether they are doing their job, but overall we have seen on the ground the situation is quite normal here in Moga.
Meanwhile, some sad story coming in from Punjab, where 17 people died after consuming spurious liquor in 4 villages of Amritsar district. The deceased include 3 youth, each from the villages in Amritsar. The kingpin among the 10 people have been arrested. In fact, DSP and SHO of the area have been suspended by the government for negligence. The probe reveals that methanol was mixed in this spurious liquor. It was procured from online, and then it was mixed in this liquor. This is what the DGP of Punjab, Gaurav Yadav, has said. Further investigation at this moment is going on.
ਮਜੀਠਾ ਤੇ ਥਾਣਾ ਕੱਥੂ ਨੰਗਲ ਦੇ ਕਈ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੰਦਭਾਗੀ ਦੁਖਦਾਇਕ ਘਟਨਾ ਘਟੀ ਕਿ ਜ਼ਹਿਰੀਲੀ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਪੀਣ ਨਾਲ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ 17 ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ ਅਣਹੋਈਆਂ ਮੌਤਾਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ। ਇੱਕ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਤਲ ਹੀ ਨੇ, ਅਸਲ 'ਚ ਮੌਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ। ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ 10 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੋਸ਼ੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੜ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਚੇਨ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕੌਣ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ। ਦਿੱਲੀ ਤੱਕ ਵੀ ਤਾਰ ਜੁੜੇ ਨੇ, ਦਿੱਲੀ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਟੀਮ ਗਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ।
Meanwhile, a day after announcing his retirement from Test cricket, India's star batsman, former captain Virat Kohli, is on a spiritual journey. He reached Vrindavan with his wife Anushka Sharma. The couple called on renowned spiritual leader Premanand Maharaj at Vrindavan Dham to seek their blessings.
विराज बैठ प्रसन्न हो। हाँ, नहीं, ठीक ही रहना चाहिए। हम आपको अपने प्रभु का विधान बताते हैं थोड़ा सा। जब प्रभु किसी पर कृपा करते हैं, ये वैभव मिलना कृपा नहीं है, ये पुण्य है।
It is once again that time of the year where at least I remember when I was in school, it used to give me jitters. The board examination results are out for the class 10th and 12th of the CBSE. 88% students have passed the class 12th examination of the CBSE. And girls, as always, at least for the last many years, have been outshining the boys. That was the case this time as well. My colleagues caught up with some of the toppers just to get you a sense of how they've been preparing or the kind of work that they put in to, in fact, grab one of the top honors of one's educational career.
Well, the CBSE results are out and I'm currently joined by one of the toppers, one of those overachievers, Naisha Manchanda from ITL Public School, Dwarka. Thank you, Naisha, for speaking to NDTV, and congratulations to all the students who have passed the exam. Even if you have not aced it, if you've just gone through it, hats off to you guys. But Naisha, my first question to you is, of course, you've scored 99.75% with a perfect score in all 3 subjects. Which one is your favorite?
Psychology. That is
Why is psychology your favorite?
I think I really like learning about how people's minds work and, you know, all of the things that go into human behavior. And that has always fascinated me. So getting to, you know, learn about it in real time, it's the best thing ever.
So did you fall in love with this subject in your +2?
Yeah, I did actually. I think I fell in love with it in 11th only. And I think I fell in love with it even more while I was learning it in class 12th.
Right. So what interested in you in psychology? Is it the teacher who taught you, or it is the concepts, the theories? What exactly, you know, helped you fall in love with the subject?
Actually, it was both the theory and as well as our teacher. She used to, you know, make us read all these case studies. She used to discuss them in classes, and I think that was really interesting, and that, you know, developed my interest more in the subject. So it was both.
All right, that was one of the toppers of the CBSE. All the best to all those who have succeeded. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is just one step in a very long life for all of you, those who have in fact given 10th and 12th exam. So whether you have done very, very well over your expectations or not, life will give you many, many more chances. Just work hard towards them. Thank you so much for being with us.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story.
Now from Jammu.
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We are sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India
right
tunes in to NDTV.
we put on air.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
For fast, clear and credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off
NDTV,
in the sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound like
first.
blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV, first, fast, factual.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Moths lined up on the show this evening, including a special focus on justice delivered in the Pollachi sex case of 2019 in Tamil Nadu. But first, the headlines we're tracking this hour. Prime Minister sends out a strong strategic message from the Adampur base, tells the forces they've created history. Ministry of External Affairs categorically request for the ceasefire came from Pakistan and there is no change in India's Kashmir. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor tells NDTV he welcomes the Prime Minister's speech, says it's crucial at a time of disinformation. Congress keeps the demand for a special session of Parliament and clarity on the US role. Posters taking a jibe at the BJP come up in Bengaluru and other cities. US President Donald Trump lands in Saudi Arabia, meets the Crown Prince, offers to join the Russia-Ukraine peace talks in Turkey. Well, first up this evening, a quick check of that top national story. The Prime Minister today visited the Adampur Airbase in Punjab and sent out a strong message, both in terms of symbolism and strategic messaging. Strategically important, as the Adampur base is one that was under attack from Pakistan, and there were claims that it was affected, and the Prime Minister's visit a categorical demonstration that the base was intact and the Indian defence systems repelled any attack. He praised the IAF personnel and declared that we have crushed terrorists in their home, with an S-400 missile defense system intact in the background as the Prime Minister posed for cameras. His visit to the airbase aimed at reiterating a victory for India. Let's listen in to excerpts from his speech there.
इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है। आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए।
Well, NDTV's Shiv Arur, who's been tracking this very closely, joins me live. Shiv, an important visit by the Prime Minister in terms of the optics, no doubt. Could you put the strategic messaging and significance of this in context, please?
Veera Raghav, thank you very much for having me on your show. And I just wanted to, before I answer your question, since your show is called The Southern View, the Indian military is not parochial or represented by one region, but a fun fact about Operation Sindoor is that one of the squadrons that actually delivered the BrahMos missiles that hit many of those Pakistani bases is based in Tanjavur in Tamil Nadu. So that's just an interesting piece of information that I'm able to share with our viewers, and we have the permission to do that since the BrahMos has become a big talking point as far as the weaponry used. But as far as the strategic messaging was concerned, it hit many different levels in my view. You had the Prime Minister, first of all, being in Adampur, which is a base that Pakistan had seemed to be fixated upon, with wave after wave of misinformation about damage caused there, aircraft burning, rubble actually taking place, etc. And therefore it was important, I think, for the Prime Minister that that he personally chose to actually be in Adampur because he knew about how Pakistan had used a lot of propaganda to put the spotlight on Adampur. Adampur, Veeraraghav, also has a great deal of history. This has been the base that has been a staging ground for precision strikes inside Pakistan, not just now during Operation Sindoor, but in the 65 and 1971 wars as well. So there's a great deal of symbolism, and it was also a platform, I think, for the Prime Minister to go beyond the optics, because remember, he wasn't just there sending out a message to Pakistan. He was literally there 72 hours after that very base and a few others had conducted precision strikes, the most ambitious, perhaps audacious strikes in a non-war scenario with Pakistan that has ever happened by the Indian military. So I think there was, of course, optics, there was a lot of strategic messaging, but it was all in the wake of literal missiles landing in those bases. So this was big.
Right, this was big, and thanks Shiv for putting that Tanjavur connection as well. I'm sure, as you point out rightly, there is no southern view which is different from the rest of the views from this country on this issue. But yes, Tanjavur, an interesting snippet of information from you. Thanks very much for those details there. Meanwhile, as the BJP prepares for the Triranga Yatra across the country, the opposition led by the Congress has been demanding answers to some key questions, including the claimed involvement of the US in brokering peace in the ongoing situation, and has asked for a special session of Parliament. Congress posters taking a jibe at the BJP and pointing into the victory in 1971 under Indira Gandhi have come up in many parts of the country, including in Bengaluru. Listen in to some of the opposition reactions, but before that, my colleague Deepak Bupanna puts the issue in perspective.
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They're talking about how, there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not. This is not time for that, for the poster, for Indira Gandhi. So, some questions rise because you put the poster, why the POK came after the war, why we are not acquire the POK. What about in Bombay incident, our more than 300 people dead in the Bombay incident. Why there is no action? Modi taking immediate action. So this question will be raised. Many questions regarding that Indira Gandhi period and Sindhu water dispute. Why that continuing same thing? After Modi, it stopped now. So all the questions are with the Congress also. But this is the not time. This is the not time. We have only time is support to our armed force.
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है. मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए. अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है. ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं. 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए. अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए.
बात ऐसी है जहाँ से विशेष पार्लियामेंट का हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है. इस बारे में डेप्थ डिस्कशन सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में देना मुश्किल होता है. मगर इसमें कुछ बातें ऐसी होती है कि वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखने की आवश्यकता होती है नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए. इसीलिए हमने कहा कि ठीक है, सेशन बुलाना हो तो बुलाइए, मगर सेशन से ज़्यादा लाभ हम आपस में बैठेंगे तो होगा.
Well, multiple different points of view there. We'll keep a close watch on how the political reactions develop over the next coming days. But now to the top story from Tamil Nadu. Justice delivered finally in the Pollachi sexual assault case of 2019. A sessions court in Coimbatore handed multiple life sentences till death for 9 convicts. At least 8 women, including a college student, were sexually assaulted, gang raped, and then blackmailed for sexual favors and money by the convicts. And the case had hit the headlines in 2019 after the alleged involvement of an AIADMK functionary as well. The case had shocked the state, and the verdict is a huge success for the prosecution, which provided the court with extensive digital evidence and even convinced the women to depose before the court and protected their identities after the case was taken over by the CBI. While the involvement of the AIADMK functionary did lead to a political exchange, the case is being seen as a landmark case in the state in terms of addressing women's safety and also how to go about prosecution. Listen into some of the reactions.
சிபிஐ விசாரணை வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் எந்த விதமான பெண்களோட பாதிக்கப்பட்ட பெண்களோட விவரங்கள் வெளியே வராம ரகசியமான முறையில் நடைபெற்று இந்த வழக்கு வந்து சாட்சி கொடுக்கிற வரைக்கும் அவங்க சுதந்திரமா வந்திருக்காங்கன்றது சிபிஐயோட இன்வெஸ்டிகேஷன் வந்து ஒரு ப்ளஸ் பாயிண்ட்.
எப்படி நடந்தது சார்? ஏன்னா இவ்வளவு அவங்க ஃபேமிலிக்கே தெரியாத அளவுக்கு நீங்க கொண்டு வந்து
அதுதான் வந்து சிபிஐ வந்து ரகசிய குழுக்கள் அமைத்து அவங்க குடும்ப நபர்களுக்கு தெரியாம ரகசியமா அவங்கள பர்சியூட் பண்ணி அவங்களுக்கு கவுன்சிலிங் கொடுக்குறவங்களுக்கு கவுன்சிலிங் கொடுத்து அவங்களை சமாதானப்படுத்தி அவங்க ரகசியங்கள் காக்கப்படும் என்ற உறுதிமொழியை கொடுத்து அவங்களுக்கு வந்து பலவிதமான ஒரு தைரியமும் கொடுத்து தான் இந்த வழக்குல வந்து நாங்க கொண்டு வந்திருக்க பாதுகாப்பு. இந்த வழக்கு வந்து எப்படின்னா ஒரு 8 வழக்க ஒண்ணா விசாரிச்ச வழக்கு இது. ஏன்னா ஒவ்வொரு பெண்களும் ஒவ்வொரு பாதிக்கப்பட்ட பெண்களும் தனித்தனி இன்சிடென்ட் தனி இது வந்து உயர்நீதிமன்ற உத்தரவின்படி இது வந்து 8 வழக்குல ஒண்ணாக ட்ரையல் ஒரு 8 கேஸ் ஒண்ணா நடந்திருக்கு. ட்ரையல் வந்து 2.5 வருஷத்துல.
Has been put to shame because they tried to protect these people who committed these crimes against women. They refused to, even accept a complaint against these people. Their intention was to protect. It was the DMK, it was the opposition parties and the press which fought for justice for these affected women, and today justice is prevailed.
சட்டத்தின் முன், அதாவது சட்டம் தன்னுடைய கடமையை செய்திருக்கிறது. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், அந்த குற்றவாளிகள் யாராக இருந்தாலும் அவர்கள் மேலே கடுமையான நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும் என்பது இதை காட்டுகிறது. இந்த குறிப்பாக சகோதரிகளுக்கு எதிரான குற்றங்கள் அதை 0 டாலரன்ஸ் ஆக தான் நாம் பார்க்க முடியும். அந்த குற்றவாளிகளுக்கு தண்டனை கொடுப்பதை நான் வரவேற்கிறேன்.
An extremely important case there in Tamil Nadu. Now, to understand the importance of this verdict from several different aspects, joining me this evening my colleague Sam Daniels, noted actor Kutti Padmini, who has followed the case very, very closely, like advocate Swapna Sundar and activist Brinda Adige. Thanks to all 4 of you for joining me here this evening. Before I get to the guests on the panel, Sam, put this in perspective, because on the one hand is the gravity of the crime and the case, which had really shaken up the state and perhaps the rest of the country as well. But in terms of the prosecution too, there are snippets and important aspects of information that needs to be shared in terms of how it was dealt with.
That's right, Virirago. Initially, no survivor was willing to report or come forward to put things on record. And only one college student had come forward. Only after the CBI took over, they had to persuade the survivors to come forward and give complaints. And totally 8 survivors, including a college student, had given their statement. But to get them to come to the court and depose was a challenge. And it was here the CBI ensured that the Witness Protection Act would be followed in letter and spirit. They formed secret groups, persuaded the survivors that their identity will not be revealed, their safety would be ensured, and then they gained confidence to come to the special court and depose. And that was a major challenge which the CBI ensured would happen smoothly. And more than 40 witnesses were examined, not one turned hostile. That was another major achievement by the CBI. And when it comes to the evidences, they had to rely on the video evidences, the video of the sexual assault the perpetrators had recorded. And that was the challenge, to get them authenticated, to be validated forensically, and then 200 other digital documents. So this case strongly relied on digital evidence. and 8 cases were tried together, as the Madras High Court ordered that way, because there were 8 survivors and they were tried together. And this had paved way for all 9 accused to be granted life sentence, and A2, the second accused, got 5 life terms and A1 got 4 life terms. And in this case, with this judgment, in a sense, this gives a great confidence and hope for other survivors that the prosecution is quite serious in terms of protecting their identity, to take the job of prosecution seriously, to ensure that every piece of evidence would be presented in a watertight way so that the perpetrators could be brought to justice. And this could, in a sense, motivate other survivors in several other cases too to come forward to report boldly. Although in this case, the suspicion is that there could be more than 100 survivors. Although only 8 had come forward, they have made sure that the perpetrators will not go scot-free.
Right, important point that you're making there. Yes, in terms of protecting identity, getting survivors to come forward to be able to give statements is a very, very important process in the process of justice. Ms. Padmini, ma'am, you followed this case very closely. First of all, your initial reactions. Do you believe finally justice has been delivered in the case, and is there a sense of closure?
Yes, I'm very happy. A big salute to the CBI and a very big namaskar to the Judge Nandini Devi, because not only following it closely, I was praying also, because only such things happen, the girls can be saved. Day by day, everywhere, these kind of things are occurring. And these guys not only stopped with Pollachi, it was happening, and they actually went up to Pondicherry, E Road, even other places. So there are more than 150 to 200 girls who have been, betrayed by these guys. But fortunately, at least these 8 girls came forward, thanks to CBI and thanks to the parents of the girls to give them the courage. So unless you come out and you give your verdict, how can they be punished? So I'm extremely happy about it. And I want more and more girls to come out when they get cheated. Okay, for some reason you get lured, you get cheated. But don't sit back. Please come forward. Punish them so that other girls can be saved. Otherwise, they are not going to stop. It's going to continue. So at least save the other girls. You have lost it, but save the other girls. This is what I wanted to always, tell the public. In my channel also, I keep motivating women. Don't sit back. Please come forward and go and, find a solution. So I'm extremely happy, sir.
Right. Important point that you're making there, a sort of a campaign to encourage victims to speak out, survivors to speak out, not just in the interest of justice, but also in terms of preventing it, ensuring that others don't fall prey to a similar kind of incident. Swapna Sundar, yes, when you see it from a lawyer's point of view, in terms of the key focus areas that you pick up in the case, both in terms of the arguments that were presented, but also more importantly in terms of evidence and the and bringing the ability to convince the girls, hide their identity, because we believe in some of their cases the women, the families were not very keen on them going before the court, but to convince them to come before a court of law is a critical challenge. Ma'am, you need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, it is indeed a critical challenge and an extremely important one. In fact, I'm dealing with a couple of cases, one dealing with POXO currently, and also other cases that I'm dealing with. One of the very crucial principles of sexual harassment and other kinds of violence against women and victims, I think confidentiality is very important. The second important aspect here that I see is that IT was extensively used, information technology, cybersecurity was extensively used in order to make sure that these videos did not find their way to the media. In some sense, I think the media has also been supportive of the case because not many things came out. It was done in a way that it was kept in the background until the final decision was made. I also have the way that the prosecutors have taken forward this case is to ensure that the justice was done from both sides. So I'm sure that there was a lot of evidence also presented on behalf of the on behalf of the victims, but also on behalf of the perpetrators. So there was justice and fairness that was done. I feel that that is equally important in ensuring that there is credibility created and that the prosecution and the government have received the accolades that they deserve. I've also seen how in the early part of this case there was a lot of support from IDWA that was provided to the families and the survivors, also from PUCL. I think women's organizations have stood up for them. 6 women actually in the early part of the case also approached the Madras High Court, which ensured confidentiality. So I think the way women's organizations have come together, empowered these women, and also, as Madam Kuti Padmini was earlier mentioning, is an empowering statement for all women who undergo this kind of pain at some point in their lives. It is important that women's organizations like IDWA and PUCL be highlighted, or their role in this case be highlighted, because we need organizations like these to support women when they are in trouble. I know that parents often find it very difficult to support their women, their daughters when they come forward. But I think education has helped. The policies which are there in Tamil Nadu has helped girls to come forward. And yes, while parents and family members might feel embarrassed or even humiliated, socially judged by these cases that they are getting involved in, I'm happy that they came forward. As I was saying, the other case that I am dealing with deals with younger aged women, and I'm seeing how the parents are coming forward to support them in this matter. So I think it's a huge victory, and I do thank the government for their support.
Okay. Absolutely, absolutely. An important point that you're making there. In fact, multiple points that you've made there. I'm going to take one across to you, Brinda, which is, and I think Advocate Sundar was making a very, very important point. That is, in a case of this nature, ensuring that the videos never went out, ensuring that it did not get publicized and it was taken down right in time to ensure the identity of the victims, the survivors, was protected. That's a crucial aspect, apart from the other point that she was making about giving that emotional, psychological support to families and to survivors to be able to speak up when they are guaranteed that their identity will be protected.
Absolutely. The entire case almost hinged on that confidentiality. Because we know that in a country like ours, the woman is always blamed. We are a patriarchal society. And that being the case, parents as well as survivors always find it very difficult. But here, I think, like Madam pointed out, PUCL and IDA, as well as the support that they got from their own communities. I'm sure there was some support that was extended also from their families and extended families. That is just to show that if all of us come together, then we will be able to counter these kind of people. But that said, let us place on record that it is a long time. 2019 to 2025 is a very long time for individual survivors to actually be waiting for a verdict. Of course, they may not have gone many times to the court, but their lives also have come to a standstill. How many of them were able to go on, move on, go forward? Very many times there was also at one point there was a geo issued where one survivor's name as well as the college name was also put out. Now no action has been taken on those people. So that is a government order. So this is something that we want to ask, is saying what you are doing is as per law and policy, and no charity that is being done to survivors. And if any agency, the state agency, violates any of these clauses in the law, those state agency functionaries must be pulled up. So this case is a fantastic trailblazer. Right. It is an example to show that when the state agencies come together, they can deliver, bring these people to justice. But we also want to talk about fast tracking these cases. Right. It is not important that you have to prolong it and give date after date all the time. You are looking at victim survivors. We are looking at young girls, and they have lives to move on, to take it forward. And there is a lot of mental trauma that they are going through. So their mental health is also at stake. And I think it is time now, in this age and time when we have technology, circumstantial evidence, that fast track of such cases is very, very serious issue. That said, I do hope that these girls, the victims, will be able to move on strongly because of the strength they get from their families.
Right. Important points that all of you have made there. Unfortunately, I've run out of time. I wish we could have heard from you more in terms of what the survivors have had to share in terms of their reactions, but unfortunately we've run completely out of time. But thanks to all four of you for joining us here on the Southern View this evening on an extremely important judgment in an extremely important case from Tamil Nadu. That's all we have time for on the show this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, you're watching NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited the Adampur Air Force Station in Punjab today morning, marking his first public interaction with armed forces personnel after the recent ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan. Now, Operation Sindoor wasn't just an ordinary move by the Indian Armed Forces. It was through Operation Sindoor that the whole world got to see India's resolve turn into action. That's what the Prime Minister said today. But Operation Sindoor has also sparked a fierce political debate in India. The BJP praises it as a bold move under Prime Minister Modi's leadership. Armed forces have also presented evidence of how superior India's military efforts were compared to Pakistan, not just targeting and successfully blowing up 9 terror bases, but also inflicting significant damage to Pakistan's air bases. Now, Congress, on the other hand, has accused the BJP for taking credit for Operation Sindoor, saying that nationalism is the need of the hour, not politics. It's also flagged the diplomatic fallout of Donald Trump seeking to mediate on Kashmir. Now, the Congress has also demanded a special session of the Parliament to discuss Operation Sindoor, but the opposition is divided on this, as leaders such as Sharad Pawar of the NCP, led by Sharad Pawar, have said that an all-party meeting would be enough, as security details of Operation Sindoor should not be discussed in open. Now, how is Operation Sindoor influencing discourse in the country is what we discussed tonight. Before I get in my guest, let's take a look at what the Prime Minister said today and how politics has started playing out around Operation Sindoor.
आतंक के विरुद्ध भारत की लक्ष्मण रेखा अब एकदम स्पष्ट है। अब फिर कोई टेरर अटैक हुआ तो भारत जवाब देगा, पक्का जवाब देगा। ये हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, एयर स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, और अब तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत का न्यू नॉर्मल है। और जैसा मैंने कल भी कहा, भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। दुनिया भी भारत के इस नए रूप को, इस नई व्यवस्था को समझते हुए ही आगे बढ़ रही है। इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है।
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है। मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए। अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं। 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए, अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी है, जहाँ से विशेष सत्र पार्लियामेंट का हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है। इस बारे में डेप्थ डिस्कशन, सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में लेना मुश्किल होता है। मगर इसमें कुछ बातें ऐसी होती है कि वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखने की आवश्यकता होती है नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए। इसीलिए हमने कहा कि ठीक है सेशन बुलाना हो तो बुलाइए, और सेशन बुलाना हम आपस में बैठेंगे तो होगा।
Shazia Elmi of the BJP joins us now, also Colonel Rohit Chaudhary of the Congress Party. We also have Amitabh Tiwari, author and political analyst, joining us. Thank you all of you for being here. Shazia, to you first. BJP has praised Operation Sindoor as a bold move undertaken by our armed forces under Prime Minister Modi's leadership. But the Congress has lauded the armed forces but accused the BJP of politicizing military action. How would you look at this?
I think the very fact that they are kind of targeting BJP at this point of time, that it amounts to attacking BJP, and that is being done at this point. So that indeed is politicization. If this is not politicization, what else is? And the fact of the matter is, everything is out there for everybody to see. There are regular briefings from DGMO, the Foreign Secretary, Prime Minister has spoken, and of course a foreign spokesperson for Minister for MEA. So it's all out there for everybody to know and see, to create some kind of a controversy, or to, muddy the waters and to talk about the unknown and some random factor, and to bring that in is just a dire need to be critical, and only because they feel this FOMO, fear of missing out. So they need to be a party of this whole thing, and they're clearly not. Their own matter. It is BJP in which the country has reposed the faith. It is the armed forces to which we are eternally grateful. Congress need not do silly things to get attention. And I think the warning given to Pakistan has been very clear and ambiguously stern. Operation Sindoor continues. It is ongoing. It is just being suspended for the time being. And we have seen what we are capable of. And it's for the whole world to know. So to make up issues and to drag in issues that do not matter and are completely clear is clearly an attempt to kind of get some kind of brownie points and make the government look weak at some level. And that doesn't go very well. That doesn't run very well, I think.
Colonel Chaudhary, this is not the time to make the government look weak, because this is the time for India to stay united, is what Shazia is also saying. But, there's one point that she's made which is very important. There have been 2 all-party meetings. The Prime Minister spoke about Operation Sindoor only yesterday. That's almost 6 days after the operation was launched. The faces of communication of Operation Sindoor were also people from the armed forces. Why then do you think that there is politicization of this by the BJP? Because even in his first speech, the Prime Minister talked about all parties being united.
Look, for our country's national security, integrity, and sovereignty, the country is united. After the Pahalgam attack, the terrorist attack where we lost 26 innocent lives, after that, Congress Working Committee meeting was immediately called, whereas the Prime Minister went to Bihar. See, the issue is that we are unanimous. We are throwing our entire weight. Our entire leadership has conveyed it to the government that we are with the government. We want strong, decisive, and punitive action against the perpetrators of this heinous crime against the humanity. And it is not acceptable at all. Now we welcome that when the entire nation, all 146 crore people, the defense forces, the government, the opposition, Congress party, everybody is united, and we welcome the Operation Sindoor, which was launched on the night or intervening night of 6th and 7th May. And our defense forces have delivered their military objective. There are in any action, military action, there are 2 objectives. One is military objective, and the other one is political objective. Military was given task, our military was capable, today it is capable, and in 1971 also it was capable, and we bifurcated the Pakistan and created 2 nations out of 1. Today, after 54 years, we are much stronger in terms of technology, capabilities, our air defense system, our satellite system, communication systems, our gun power, our tank power, our air power, everything we outfield the Pakistanis. From 2006 onwards, when the UPA government, we started look east policy. We did not go for Pakistan. We never compared them or taken them as our adversaries. They are no
you also give a lot of credit
us.
to Indira Gandhi. Without political will, there is not any action that is possible. Shazia, would you like to respond to that?
I just want to complete within 30
Okay,
seconds.
let Shazia finish. I'll come to you, Colonel Chaudhary. Yeah, Colonel Chaudhary, I'll come to you. Let Shazia counter your point. Yeah.
So with your consent, I mean, I can go into details of what the situation in 71 was like, or even further down the road on 65. But as of now, when we do these big strikes on Pakistan air bases, we're looking at 9 of them. When you look at figures of more than 100 absolutely dreaded extremists and terrorists there. I mean, and we also look at the kind of support we have internationally as compared to where we were, even vis-a-vis United Nations Security Council and today. There are huge discrepancies and differences. So let's not compare only because we feel the need to compare. It's because Modi, Prime Minister Modi is being lauded that Congress must feel the need to somehow bring Indira Gandhi into the picture. There is no need to do this. It is not some competition going on. This is our own country. This is our Prime Minister. She was a Prime Minister then. He is a Prime Minister now.
It's important to also understand that the India of 1971 was also different from the India of 2025, isn't it?
Correct.